Did we? No.
Y'all didn't get any rain.
No,
No, no, no.
that was a faint pat. How many we got? I don't remember.
950, I think.
Really? We never had that one. WIB, WEB, Weeby, WEEE. WEIB.
We. I got mine.
Oh, you already got yours? I wondered why I had didn't have mine. Is that Harry Steve?
Yeah.
It's the bull sale tomorrow.
Tomorrow or Saturday?
Saturday, not Saturday. Tuesday morning.
All right, everybody on inside. Come on in. Get a good seat. Let's go. Everybody on inside. Here we go. Turn that up just a hair, please, I believe. Okay, got a black bull to start with. 186, 87, 87, not a 7, 87, not a 7, 88, 88, 9, 90, bit of 1, bit of 2, bit of 3, bit of 4, bit of 94, 5, 195, 195, 95, 95, 95, 194, Lone Star 1, Lone Star number 1.
2836. Yeah.
188, I'm on. Able to one money. 182, bit of 3, bit of 4, bit of 84, 5, 6, 86, 7, 8, bit of 8, 9, 90, bit of 1, bit of 1, 191, 91, 91, 190, Lone Star 1. With the cows. Right in there with the cows.
A low line. A low line coming.
138, 138, 9, 9, 9, 9, $38.9. 138, 139, $9.9, 38, 58, 9, 58, 9, 138, 28, 9, 128, money 9, $28.9, 29. It's permectin. Permectin, I don't know. Sidectin, you can. I don't know this. 128, 9. $128.999, 128, Cliffy, straight. All right, better deal. It have it at 188.9, 188.9, 9, 88, money 9, 90, 91, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 97, 98, 199, 199, 198, Lone Star 1. Let's have it now. 146, 7, 140. Packers only. Packers are 46, 7. 40 money 7, 146 7, 146 7, 148, 149, 150, 150, 51, 51 2, 3, 4, 5, 55, 55, 56 7, 57, 157, 158, 158, 159, 158.9, 158.9, 9, 158, Marty number 17. It's happening at 135, $36, 135, 36, 7, I 7, not a 7, not about a 36, 7, 137, 36, 7, not about a 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, not about a 7, not a 7, 137, 8, 38, a little rough underneath, 135, 136, 35, 6, 135, Marty, 17. Hebron 135, $36, 135, 136, 35, now 6, 135, 36, 136, 97, 38, 38, 38, $39.9, number $38.9, 38, 58, 9, 9, 9, 58, 9, 138, Marty, number 8, Marty 8.
That's awesome. Who looks for stuff to get that going? Like, did they get lost in the canyon or what? That let 'em get that.
It's happening 140 now one. Everyone that one, that one, that one. 140 on the money now one. Everyone that one, that one, that one. 141. Everyone that one, that one. 140. Marty 18.
Still got that car.
I can't get rid of it. It's got better though.
2 Oreo bulls and an Oreo cow and a black Indian.
One 30 and 1, 30, he but one, that one, that one, that one, 30 on the money, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 36, 37, 8, 9, 39, 40, 1, 2, 142, 141, 2, 3, 3, 4, 7, 48, 48, 9, 9, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 149, that'll be Reese 21, Reese 21. By the scales, 7 half, 145, $46, 145, money $6, 6, 45 now 6, 145, $46, 6, 145, Marty 44, Marty 44. Over there, 250 now two, 250 now two, on the money, 24, 54 6, 56, 56, 54, 56, 256, 256, 254, Nolan 29, Nolan 29. Seven hand 140 now one, every one, money one, 140, he would one, every one, he would one, 41, 41, 140, Marty number 44. All right, sell the bull, sell the bull. Seven hand, 190 now one. 190, he would one, two, 91, 19, 92, 92, $2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 95, 95, 95, 194, Lone Star, one, Lone Star, one. Seven hand, 130 now one, every one, one, every one, money one, 31, 130, he would one, every one, one, every one, 130, Marty 25, Marty 25. All right. Sellable. Cabot hand, 190 now one, 190, he would one, money's in, now one, two, three, four, five, 95, $96, 96, 96, 96, 195, Lone Star one. Maybe a little straight-legged, wire. Cabot hand, 122 now three, 122 now three, money, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29, 99 now 30, 131, 31, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 34, 34, 5, 136, 6, 135, Weeby. Cabot hand, 330 now two, 330 now $2, 2, money, 2, 330 now two, 330 now two, 330, Troy number 45, Troy 45. Cabot hand, 110, 111, 110, 11, money, 11, 110, 11, 12, 112, 13, 13, 14, 113, 14, 15, 15, 16, 116, 16, 16, 16, 115, Tom 1, Tom 1. Okay, sell the bull. Sell the bull. 270 now two. 270, 24, 24, 24, 24. 272, 4, 4, 4, 4. 272, Nolan 56. Sell a steer. Steer over there going on. Cabot hand, what got 180 now, 280 now two, 280, big steer, 280 now two, 282, each blind, $80 now one, 8 blind, 2, 4, 6, 8, 90, 90, 92, 92, 92, 4, 92, 4, 92, now 4, 94, 94, 6, 96, 98, 98, $1, $2, 102, 102, what's 4, 104, bit of 6, 106, bit of 6, 8, bit of 8, bit of 8, bit of 10, 110, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 108, fry 2, on the scales, fry 2. Seven hand, 133, now 4. 133, 4, 5, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 146, 7, 8, 9, now 50, now 51, 151, 2, 52, 52, 53, 53, 54, 55, 156, 157, 58, 58, 58, 58, 58, $60, 161, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 162, show number 2, show 2. Seven hands, 125, 126. On the money, now $6, $125, $26, $125, $126, $6, 125, Marty 13. South End Black Bull. Seven hand, 144, now 5. 144, now 5. Money, 5. 44, now 5. 145, 45, 45, 45. 144, Marty, number 18, Marty, 18. Look it over. 40, now 1. $40, now 1. 2, 4, 6, 8, 52, 54, 54, 6, 8, 58, $60, $2, now 2, 4, 6, 6, 8, 72, 4, 76, 78, 80, 2, 82, 84, 84, 6, 86, 86, 86, 86, 86, 86, 86, 84, Javier 8, Javier 20, 28, Javier 28. What's underneath? Seven hand, 122, 23. 122 now 3. 122 on the money now 3. 122, 3. 123, 3, 3, 3, 3. 3. 122, Marty 18. Seven here, $1 now $1 now money now $1 $1 $1 $1 $1 1. 102, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 106, 7, 108, 109, 109, 10, 10, 10, 11, 111, 111, 111, 111, 110, Tom 1. It's happening. 130 now 1. 130 keep it 1 1. Money 130 now 1. 130 keep it 1. Keep it 1 1 1. 31 2 32 34 34 36 38 38 38 138 138 138 now 40 140 140 with a 2 with a $2 board 142 468 with a bit of 50 152 154 156 158 158 158 158 156 Tom 3. Saddle Beckman, 130 now 1. 130 on the money, 1. 131 2. 132 4. 32 4 6 8 42 4 6 8 $50 2 54 56 58 158 158 158 158 156 Tom 3 Tom 3. 7 had 240 now 2.5 now 40 now Tom 5. On Tom 5, 240, now 2.5, 240, 2.5, 550, now 5, now 60, now 570, 5, 280 with the 5, but a 290 with the 5, but a now $3 with a 5, but a $3, 5, 10, 15, 15, 20 with a 5, but a 30 with a 5, but a 40 with a 345, 345, 5, 5, but a 45, 340, Harris. All right, look about a little bit straight-legged. 7 hand, 128 9, 128 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 8, money 9, 30, 130, now 1, 2, 32, 3, 4, 34, 5, 35, 36, 37, 37, 38, 39, 39, 40, 140, 40, 40, 130, 41, 140, show 2, show number 2. 7 290, now 2, 294, 294, 6, 98, 98, $3, 2, 4, 6, 8, 310, 12, 14, 3, 14, 16, 3 16, 18, and 20, but 2, but 4, but 6, 328, $1.30, but 2, but 4, but 34, 34, 332, D&D number 4, 24, D&D 24. 7, 185, $86, 185. Money's down 6, 7, 88, 89, 90, 1, 2, 3, 4, 94, 94, 193. Lone Star 1. Two of them, 130 now 1. 130, keep it 1 You're buying 2 head. 31, 2, 4, 6, 38, 38, 42, 4, 44, 6, $146, 68, 48, 50, 152, 154, 156, 158, 158, 58, 58, 58, 58, 158, 58. I've got Troy, 58. You do it, 58, 158, now 9, 159, 158, Weeby. Watch your hind legs a little bit. 7.5, 1, 90, now 1, $90, now 1, 2, 4, 6, now $1, now 2, $2, $4, $4, $6, $6, 8, $8, $8, 10, $10, 12, $12, 4, 12, $12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 120, 120, 120, 120, 118, Marty number 7, Marty 7.
One newborn calf, a mini cow with newborn calf.
23, 23, 23.
I know somebody might be wanting to buy that.
Okay, boys. 30 something. I'm Vandy 3B from Rankin came in yesterday evening. First time off the ranch. 135, 136, 35, money 6, 35, $36, $7, 38, 39, 41, 1, 2, 3, 4, 45, 146, 7, 148, 48, $9, 950, 150, 151, 52, 52, 53, 54, 54, 55, $56, 7, 8, 58, 59, $60, 1, $160 now 1, $1, 160, we be 10 head.
It's 7 head.
Abraham, 120 now 1, 120 now 1, 120 he would 1, he would 1, 1, 20 now 1, 120 he would 1, he would 1, 1, 2, 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 3, 22, 3, 4, 4, 5, 25, 26, 126, 126, 25, 26, not about a second, 25, 26, 126, 126, 7, 127, 128, 129, 130, 30, 130, 130, 129, Weeby. It's up and 133 now 4, 133 now 4, 33 on money 4, 33 now 4, 34, 34, 1, 2 head right here, 134, 134, 134, 134, 133, Marty 25. Sell a heifer kind on this side. 220 now 2, 220 now $2, 1 heifer, now 2, now 4, now 6, 228, 228, 30, 230, 232, 22, 44, 6, 38, 38, 40, 2, 4, 6, 46, 8, 250, 250, now 2, 4, 54, 56, 258, 60, 260, 258, show number 8, show number 8. 7 hand, 145, $46, 145, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 51, 50, 51, 152, 152, 51, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 152, 3, 153, 154, 54. We got 54, 153. Brian Hoffman, 153. Brian Hoffman. Number 5, put a 5 on it, 120 now 120, hit with 1, money, 1, minute 2, with 3, with 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30, with 1, with 2, with 3, with 4, with 5, 36, 137, now minute 37, 136, Reese 21, Reese 21. Somewhere there, $4.95, $4.95, $4 on the money, now 5, 10, 15, 20, bit of 5, bit of 30, bit of 5, bit of 40, now 5, 55, bit of 455, 455, 555, bit of 55, 450, H36. Sell red over there, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 55, bit of 350 now 5, 350 now 5, bit of 55, 555, bit of 355, 350 now 2.5, bit of $3, now 2.5, bit of 302.5, 5, 37.5, bit of 7.5, 7.5, 7.8, 7.8, 7.8. I got Brian 7.5, but a 10, but a 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 3, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, Brian Hoffman, $4, now 5, but a $4 now 5, $4 now 5, but a $4 now 5, $4 now 5, but a $3.30 now 5, on the money 5, but a $3.30, 5.45, but a 50, but a 55, 360, but a 60, 360, 5, but a 70, but a 5, but a 80, but a 380, 375 Ritter. $128.9, $128.9, $128 on money, 9, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 37, 38, 38, $39, 40, 40, 140, 140, 140, 140, 140, 140, 139 Lone Star. Okay, had big calves jerked off of them. Hold one if you need to. Hold one if you need to. 140 now 140 on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 51, 51, 52, 51, 52. $151 2, 151 2, 152 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 151 Troy 15. $138.9, $38.9, $138 money, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 44, 5, 145, 45, 45, 45, 144 Lone Star. So one big heifer, $3.60, now 5, 360 on the money, 5, 360, 575, 80, 5, 85, 90, 5, $4, now 5, now 10, $10, 15, 20, 425, 430, 430, 430, 430, 425 Troy number 21. 420, now 5, 420, now 5, money 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, 60, 5, 70, 475, 470, now 5, 555, 75, 470 Ritter. 7 hand, 115, 16, $9.15, that's $16. On the money, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 31, 2, 3, 33, 1, 33, 4, 5, 34, 5, 6, 7, 38, 39, $9.40, 140, 140, 139, Weeby. Sell two bulls, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, money 2.5, 5, 305, 7.5, 7, 10, 10, but 3, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, capital number 34. Chicken, $3, now 5, $3, 2.5 on the money, 2.5, 302.5, 305, 7.5, 7.8, 7.8, 10, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.9, 3.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Troy 5, Troy 5. 110, 111, 11, 110, 11, 110, 111, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, money 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20, 1, 1, 2, 23, 4, 4, 4, 5, 124, Weeby. $7.5, $3 now $5 now $3 now $3 money 5, 10, 15, 25, 30, 55, 335 and 540, 45, 55, 355, 360, 5, 75, 80, 90, 395, 95, 390, H number 30, 28, H 28. 7, 7, 3, 10, 12, 3, 10, 12, money, 12, 14, 16, 18, 3, 18, 20, 2, 4, 26, 28, 3, 30, 2, 4, 34, 332, Simpson, 36. Sell black steer, 7.5, 330, now 2, 330 on money, 2, $2, 4, 34, 36, 38. 40, 2, 4, 44, 344, 44, 342, Troy 5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330 on money, 5, 40, 5, 50, 355, 355, 355, 5, 60, 360, 65, 5, 360, capital, 25, 45, capital 45. 45. Sell the big one. 71 cow, 138, 9, $138.9, money 9, 109, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 48, 9, 50, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 51, 150, Marty 25. 7, 270 now $2 on the money now 270, 272, 270 now 4, 4, 6, 78, 80, 280, 80, 280, 278, Shoat 77. Weigh the cow, 140 now 1, even 1, 140 now 1, 2, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 1, 151, even 1, 150, Lone Star. Sell the calf. Say 380 now 5 on the scale 95 $4 5 10 15 20 425 30 435 40 440 440 440 435 Troy 2 on the scales Troy 2. Settle red. Over the top of the hand. 280 now 2, 224, 84, 86, 88, 90. 2, 4, 96, 98, $3, 2, but 4, about 6, 8, but 10, but 12, 314, 314, 14, 14, 14, 312, D&D 26. Over there, 7.5, $3 now 2, 302, 222, money 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 318, 318, 318, 316, D&D 26. 7 here, $2.16 now 2.5, 216 now 2.5, but 2.5 money, 2.5, but 2.5, 260, 2.5, 2.5, 260 D&D 93. Sell two big ones there. $3, 10, 12, 310, money 12, 3 and 10, 12, 3 and 10, 12, 12, 12, 310, two big ones, 3, 10, 3, 12, 3, 12, 3, 12, 3, 12, 3, 12, 3, 14, 16, 16, 18, 20, 3, 20, 3, 18, Troy, 24, Troy, 24, $3, 40, now 2, 3 and 40, now 2, 2, money 2, 4, 46, 48, $50, $2, $4, $6, $6, 6, 58, 3, 58, 360, 60. 364, 6, 8, 368, 70, 370, 368, Troy, 3. Two solid reds. $7 and a half, $3.50, now 2.5, $3.50, now 2.5, money, 5, 55, 55, 7.5, $3.57 and a half, 60, 2.5, 5, 7, 6, 70, 2.5, $3.75, 7.5, 80, 3.80, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 3.82 and a half, that'll be Troy, number 2, Troy 2, $3, now 2.5, $3, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 20, 29, 5, 27 and a half, 30, 29, 5, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 2.5, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 350, 2.5, 5, 7 and a half, 60, 2.5, 65, 7 and a half, 70, 2.5, 5, 5, 372 and a half, lady 94, lady 94. 340 now 5, 340 now money now 555, 65, 3. Heifer, isn't it? 365, 375, 80, 90, 5, $4, 10, 415, 20, 430, 430, 425. That'll be Troy 21, Troy 21. Two white ones, two. Okay, sell one steer, $3 now 5, $3 now money now 5, $3 now 5. Steer going out 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 50, 355, 355, 60, 65, 370, 70, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 380. Lady number 94, lady 94. Heifer over there 220 now 5, turn 20 now 5, 225, 30, 5, 40, heifer, 240, 240, 240, 240, 245, 245, 250, 255, 60, 60, 255, Brian Hoffman, 7 and a half, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 45, 50, $350, 350, 350, 50, 50, 50, 350, 350, 345, Fox, 2, Fox, number 2. Sell the big one, no matter 330, now 5. 330 on the money, now 5, selling the big one. 330, 540, 5, 50, 355, 360, 365, 570, 75, 70, 60, 7 and a half, 70, 370, 2.5, 75, 75, 372 and a half, Troy 3, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 45, 50, 65, 375, 80, 385, 385, 85, 85, 380. Show number 1. Show 16. Show 6. 21. Show 21. Show 21. Two big ones here. 330 now 5. 330 now 5. Money 5. 330 now 5. 335. 335. 35. 35. 35. 35. 330. Troy 45. Yes, ma'am. So steer 7 and a half, 350 now 5, money 565, 75, 85, 95, $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 440, 435, 40, 445, 5, 50, 450, 450, 450, 445, Troy 2, Troy 2. $3, $4.40 now 5, 440 now 5, 440 now money now 5, 50, 5, 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 45, 95, 95, 490 now 5, $5 now 5, 505, 10, 15, 520, 5, 525, 520, Troy 2, Troy 2. Okay, selling the tag in two big ones, $3. Now 2.5. On money, 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 5, but a 305, 7.5, 10, but a minute 10, 12.5, but a bit 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, Nolan 56. Seven here, 320, now 2.5, 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, on money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, capital 34. Seven here, 316, now 5, 316, now 5, money, 5, 75, 85, 95, at a 4, not about a 5, at a 10, 415, 25, at a 30, at a 5, at a 40, at a 5, at a 50, at a 450, 450, 450, 450, 445, H36. Sell one bull, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, $3 money, 2.5, 302.5. Selling one bull, 302.5, 5, 305, 305, 55, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, but 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, about 310, 307.5, capital 31. So two heifers, $3, now 2.5, 302.5, $3, now 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 7, 8, 10, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, 5, 327.5, 20, 30, 330, 30, 330, 330, 327.5, D&D 24. Put that last capital on. So one little one there, 370 now 5, 370 now money 5, but 370 now 5. Selling the little one, 370 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 370 Troy 4. 320, not 2.5, 322.5. On money, 2.5, 5, 25, 27.5, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 347.5, 347.5, 345, Troy 5. Some other 290, not 2.5, 290, but 2.5, 290 on money, 205, 95, 97.5, $3, but 2.5, 5, 305, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 315, 315, 312.5, capital 31. Hold it, Jody, hold it just a minute.
No test bulls? No? Nothing? Huh? The vet's leaving? Jody, the vet's leaving? Okay, you're not saying anything. Alright. Okay. No test bulls.
No. Okay. 310, 12.5, 13, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 15, 79, 379, 20, with a bit of 320, with a bit of 20, 20, 20, 22 and a half, 322 and a 5, with a 25, 27 and a half, with a bit of 330, with a bit of 330, 330, 2 and a half, with a bit of 2 and a half, 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 330, capital number 34. 7.5, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. On the money, 2.5, 330, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, 340, 2.5, 42.5, 340, capital number 35. 7.5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 420, 20, 20, 20, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 415, Troy 2. Every kind, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2 to 5, 35, 7.5, 40, bit of 2.5, bit of 5, bit of 45, 347.5, 347.5, 50, 350, 52.5, 352 and a 5, 555, bit of 55, 7.5, 360, bit of 2.5, bit of 5, bit of 7.5, bit of 7.5, 7.5, 367.5, 365, Troy 3, Troy 3. 7.5, $2.60, now 2.5. 216, now 2.5, 5, but a 7, 70, 2.5, but a bit of 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5. 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 85, 85, but a 287.5, 287.5, 90, but a 90, 90, 90, 90, but a 90, 287.5, Nolan 29. 7 ahead, two big ones, 7 and 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, 95, 95, 97, 97, $3, 2.5, 305, 37.5, 10, about $10, 10, 12.5, 15, but a 315, 315, 15, 15, 15, but a 79, 79, 20, 320, but a 320, 317.5, Nolan 26, 7.5, $4 now, 40, now 5, 440, now money, now 555, 465, but a 75, but a 8, 475, 80, 485. 90, 90, 90, 90, 94, 94, 90, 485 Ritter. Two more, pick T like. 350, now 5. 350, now money, now 5. 355, two of them now. 355, 60, 365. 370, 5, 80, 80, 85. 85, 90, 90, 5, $4, $4, 5, 10, 410, 15, 20, 5, 425, 25, 25, 420, Troy, 4. 7.5, 280, now 5, 280, now 5, 280, now 5, 280, now 5, but 280, now 5, 95, $3, but $3, 5, but 5, yes sir, right there, 305, 305, you do it, $5, $5, $5, $5, $5, $3 Gully, number 55, Gully 55. Okay, sell 3 head. 7 or 270, now 2.5. 270 on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but a bit of 270, 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, Nolan 29. Okay, gonna get a bid price. $170, now 2.5. 170 money, 2.5. 175, 175, 2.5, now 5, but it's 75, 75, 75, 75. Okay, 170, now 5. Gonna bid price right there. 170, now 5. Money 5. 175. 175. 75, 75, 75, 75. 170, Javier 29. 280, now 2.5, 85, 85, 205, 87.5, 90, number 2.9, but a 5, but a 97.5, $3, 2.9, but a 5, 305, 7.5, 10, number 12.5, 15, 79, but a 79, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Troy number 7, Troy 7. Okay, they're on your pass out, Lee Evans. Blackleg and Cattle Master. 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 17, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy, number 24, Troy 24. Same cattle, Cattle Master and Subway. 7 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, now money, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 347 and a half, 50, 350, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 360, 360, 357 and a half, Troy 6. Here comes 7 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, on money, 25, 27 and a half, 30, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 40, 3, 40, 40, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 45, 3, 42 and a half, Reese, number 7, Reese 7. 3, 10, 15, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 3, 15, 17 and a half, money, 17 and a half, 20, 3, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 3, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, 3, 30, 3, 30, 3, 30, 3, 30, 3, 27 and a half, Capital 34. African, they're nice. Same cattle. $3, 5, 7 and a half, 305, money 7 and a half, 10, and then 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, with a 2 and a half, with a 5, 25, 322 and a half, 5, 25, 322 and a half, Troy 26. Troy 26. 7 and a half, 316, now 5. On the money, 5, 75, 85, and a 90, but a 90, 385, 90, 90, 95. $4, but a $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, but a 15, 15, 15, 415, 415, 415, 20, but a 5, but a 425, 30, 430, now 5, but a 435, 35, 35, 430, D&D 20. Here's happening, 270, now 5, 272 and a half, 270, on the money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 87 and 90, 2 and a half, 95, 95, 295, 295, 95, 95, 292 and a half, Nolan 29. Got one big one, 7 or 230, now 2 and a half, 230, now 2 and a half, money, 25, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 55, 47 and a half, and a 50, 250, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 250, 25, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255, 252 and a half, Shoat number 8, Shoat 19, Shoat 19 on her. 7 and a half, 290, now 2, 224, 294, 96, 98, now $3, $3, 2, with the 4, with a 306, with a 6, 306, 306, 306, 304, D&D 26. 7 and a half, $3.50, now 5, $3.50, now 5, $3.50 on the money, 5, 60, 5, 70, 5, 372 and a half, 372 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 370, Troy 5. Steers, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 money 5, 7 and a half, 310, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17, 20, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 325, 325, 322 and a half, Troy 24. Okay, boys, I've had an 8-way shot. That one steer, 305, 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, money 7 and a half, 305, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 22 and a half, 322 and a half, 320, Simpson, 37. 7 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, now 2 and money, 2 and a half, 335, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 345, 45, 45, 342 and a half, Reese, number 7. 7 and a half, 390, now 5, 390, now 5, with the money, 5, $4, 5, with a bit of 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 420, now 5, with a 30, with a 430, 540, with a 5, 440, 550, with a 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, 445, H number 4. 310, 12 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, 315, with the bit of 15, 15, 17 and a half, with the 20, with the bit of 320, with the bit of 17, 22 and a half, 25, 325, with the 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, Troy, number one. $350 $350 $350 on the money, 565, with a bit of 65, 70, with a bit of 5, 375, 80, with 80, with a bit of 385, 85, 85, 90, 390, now 5, with a 95, now $4, 5, with a bit of 10, with a $10, 10, 15, 420, with a bit of 420, 420, 420, 415, Troy, number 3. All right, Mesa Tea Cattle. They've had Triangle 5 and Calvary 9.
Four deal, big, little.
Okay, Triangle 5 and Calvary 9. 7 half, 320, now 5. 320, now 5, 320 on the money, 5. Got the money, now 5. 325, 325, 30, 330, now 5, 335, 40, now 5, with a bit of a 50, with a bit of 5, 355, 60, with a 5, with a bit of 65, 75, with a bit of 75, 370, Troy, 21.
Big deal, little. Deal big, deal little.
Where was the first two deals? I don't know why they put that one in front. There's two deals of heifers that should have been them, but I'll be sure we get Mason T. That's my bowler down here. 77-0, Shep, 77-0.
$2.90, now $2.90, $2.95, now $7.80, now $3 down, $2.90, now $5, now $7.80, now $10, $12.5, $15, $17, now $20, with a bit of $3.20, $2.50, $25, $3.25, $7.50, with a bit of $3.27.5, $3.27.5, $3.25. I can't call it. Bynum.
What's Bynum? What's his first?
Bynum. Okay, same cattle, Mesa T. Okay, had a round of shots on the cows. 315, 79, 315, 79, 79, 20, 2 and a 5, 7, 30, 330, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a 2 and a 2 and a 2, 5, 35, 35, 35, 335, 7 and a half, 337, 40, 340, 340, 340, $340, $40, 337 and a half, Bynum Ranch. 320, now 2.5, 320, 257 and a half, 330, 32 and a half, 332 and a half, 25, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 42 and a half, 2 and a 2 and a 2 and a 2 and a 2, 5, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 50, 350, 59, 59, 50, 347 and a half, Bynum. Same cattle, Mesa T. 7 half, 330, now 2 and a half, but a bit of 2 and a 2 and a 2 and a 5, and a 7 half, but a bit of 337 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, now 5, but a bit of a 47 and a half, but a bit of 50, 350, 2 and a half, but a bit of 2 and a 2 and a 5, 355, 355, 7 and a half, 60, 360, 360, 360, 357 and a half, Simpson, 36. Seven and a half, 340, now 2 and a half, 340, now 2 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 7 and a half, 350, 50, now 50, now 50, 2 and a half, 355, 355, 5, 7 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, 25, 7 and a half, 70, 370, 2 and a half, 5, 75, 375, 375, 372 and a half. Reese number 7. 7 and a half, 280, now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 2 and a half, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3 but a 2 and a half, 305, 305, 305, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 17 and a half, but a 20, but a 320, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Nolan 27, 26, Nolan 26. 7 here, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330 on the money, now 5, but about 40, but about 5, but about 50, but about 5, 360, 5, but about 70, 5, but about 375, 375, 5, 5, 5, 5, but about 5, 370, Troy 3. Tell the big one, 290, now 2 and a half. On the bull, 290, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, but a 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 315, 315, 315, 315, 312 and a half, Nolan 26, Hefferkind, $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 302 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half, but a $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 10, but a 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 310, Troy 1. Mark for ownership. Boy's been weaned 3 weeks and had a blackleg shot. Chicken, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 17, 20, 2 and a half, now 5, 25, 25, 2 and a half, now 5, 5, 322 and a half, Troy 24. Another family member. Sell 3 big ones. You're good. 3 big ones, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, money 7 and 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17 and a half, 320, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 323, 4, 5, 326, 6, 327, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, 328, not a 8, not a 9, not a 9, not a 9, not a 9, 328, Simpson 37. Seven and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, money, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, but a 40, but a 2 and a half, but a 7 and a half, 5, but a 7 and a half, 350, 2 and a half, 355, 55, 55, 355, 355, 355, 350, 2 and a half, Reese number 7. Over there, sell 1, number $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 17 and a half, 20, but a 320, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 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 320, Nolan 26. 7 here, 330, now 2 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 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 330, 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 330, Troy 6. 7 here, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 340, 2 and a half, 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 340, Troy 5. 7 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 335, Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, money 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 25, 2 and a half, now 5, 325, 322 and a half, Troy number 6. Two head over there. Over there, 290, now 2 and a half, 5, 297 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, D&D 26. $3, now 10, 12 and a half, 310, money 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, 330, 2 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 340, Troy 1. Sell 3 big ones. 305, 37.5. Hold the little one. 305, 7.5. 305, money 7.5. 305, 307.5. 10, but a 10, 12.5. 15, but a 79, 20, but a 2.5, but a 5. 25, 325. 25, 25, 25, 25. 322.5. D&D 26. Sell a little one on the scales now. 330 now 5. 45, 55, 65, 365. 360 now 5. 360 Troy, 3 on the scales. Two little ones there. 340 now 2.5. Money 2.5. Buying 2 little ones. 340, 2.5. 347.5. 350, 50, 50, 2.5, 50, 2.5. 355, 7.5. 60, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70. 370, 370, 370. 367.5. H number 4. $2.16 now 5. 260 now 5. 216 now 5. Money 5 and a 70, 5 and a 80, 285. 285, 85, 85, 90, 90, 290, 90, 290 now 5, now $3 now 5, 10, 3 and 10, 10, 15, 20, 325, 325, 320 capital 34. Got a steer. 7.5, 270, now 2.5, 25, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 295, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 307.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310, Nolan 27. 7.5, $4.50 now 5, 450 now 5, and 450 now 5, 450 now 5, and money 5, and 65, and 465, 465, and 460 Troy 2. Sell them here $4 now 5. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Money 5. 10 15 25 425. 425, 430, 30, 5, 440, 440, 440, 435 Ritter. Okay, been waiting 120 days. Had a Bova Shield Gold and Vista 1. Sell a heifer. Sell 1 heifer. $2 40, now 2.5, 242, now 5. 40, 45, 7.5, 50, 2.5, 55, 57.5, $60. 260, 2.5, now 5, but it's 7.5, 70. 270, but it's 70, 70, 70, 70. 267.5, 871, 871. Got a steer, 7.5, $2, 40, now 2.5, 240, 257.5, 50, 2.5, 2.5, 257.5, 260, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 2.5, and a 5, and a 7.5, 80, 2.5, and a 5, and a 85, 285, 285, 285, 285, 285, 282.5, lady 95, lady 95, $2.20, now 2.5, 220, 2.5, and about 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 220, now 2.5, and about 2.5, 2.5, money 2.5, 220, 2.5, and 2.5, 25, 225, 25, 25, 25, 222.5, Brian Hoffman 5. Way down low. Old deal goes with him. $1, now 5. $100, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 140, 5, 50, 155, 155, 155, 155, 60, 165, 70, 175, 175, 75, 170, Tom 3. Oh, there, 310, 312.5, 310, 312.5, money 12.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 330, 2.9, 2.5, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 42.5, 5, 7.5, 350, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 355, 55, 55, 55, 355, 350, 2.5, Simpson 35. 7 here, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 on the money now 5, $3 now 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 2.5 now 3.25, 27.5, 3.30, but a 2.5, but a 32.5, 2.5, 2.5, 3.30. Troy 5, Troy 5. 7 here, $2.40 now 2.5, 2.40 money 2.5, 2.40, 2.5, 7.5, 50, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 60, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 2.5 now 5, now 7.5, 277.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 80, 280, 280, 2.5 at a 5, 85, 7.5, 90, 290, 2.5 at a 90, 2.5, 290, 871, 871. Heifer. Good one. 7.5, 3.30, now 5. Money, 5.40, 5.55, but a 3.65, 3.75, 80, but a 85, but a 90, but a 95, but a $4, but a $4, $4, 5, 4.05, 4.10, but a 15, 4.15, 15, 20, but a 20, but a 5, but a 4.25, 25, 25, 4.20, Lady 93, Lady 93, 3.05, 3.7.5, 3.5, 3.7.5, money 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, but a 3.20, 2.5, but a 2.5, 3.25, 7.5, but a 3.30, but a 32.5, 32.5, 5, but a 3.37.5, but a 3.7.5, 7.5, 40, 3.40, 3.40, 3.40, 3.37.5, Simpson 37. Shell, 3 big ones, 3 big ones. So, but a 3.10, 12.5, 3.10, 12.5, and a 12.5, 15, 17, 22 and a half, now 5, 3.27.5, 3.30, but a 32 and a half, but a 2.5, 5, 35, 3.35, and 7.5, but a 3.37.5, 40, but a 40, but a 40, 3.37.5, Gully 5.5, Gully 5.5. 7 here, $4 now 5, money 5, 10, 15, 20, but a 5, but a 30, but a 5, 40, 5, 50, 450, 450, but a 50 now 50. Now 50, 445, Troy 2. 7 here, 290 now 5, money 5, but a 290 now 5, $3, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 10, but a 12 and a half, 15, but a bit of 15, 79, 20, 320, but a bit of 20, 79, 20, 20, 20, 317 and a half, Gully 6, Gully number 6. Say they're loud and good here. You like them? $3.40 now 5, oh there, 3.45, 55, 65, but a 70, 3.75, 80, 85, but a 3.90, but a 5, but a 95, $4.05, but a 4.05, 10, 15, but a 20, but a 4.20, 4.15, not 20, not 20, not 20, 4.15, Gully 1, Gully number 1, 3.20 now 5, 3.20, money 5, 35, 40, but a 5, but a 50, 3.55, but a 3.60, but a 5, but a 70, 3.75, 80, but a 80, 80, but a 75, 80, 80, 80, 375, Gully 1, Gully 1. Some over there, but 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 15, 17, 20, 25, 7, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, but a 327 and a half, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, Troy 26, Troy 26. Sell one big heifer over there, 280, now 2.5, 85, 282 and a half, 5, 7, 8, 90, 2.5, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, $3, 2.5, 5, but a 305, 305, 305, 302 and a half, 871, 871.
I think that cold air makes it hard. You feel the air conditioning?
Yeah. Y'all feel it? Y'all have it? Yeah. You know,
The air conditioner, do you feel it blowing right on you?
yeah,
I think
no,
that
my
makes you.
have. Oh, I have it at home too. 270, now 5, 270, now 5, 270, now 5, money 5, at a 270, now 5, 80 with the 5, 90 with the 290, 5 at a 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, capital number 94. All right, next six head been weaned 6 weeks and had a 7-way shot. Over there, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 40, with a bit of 5, with a bit of 45, 50, with a bit of 350, now 50, now 50, 350, 350, 350, 345, Troy 45. One about 270 now 5, money 5, 275, 270 now 5, with a bit of 80, with a bit of 5, with a 90, with a bit of 5, with a bit of $3, with a bit of 2.5, with a bit of 5, 37.5, 10, 12.5, 15, with a 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Nolan 26, $2.20 now 5, with a 220 now 5, money 5, 225, 30, with a bit 5, with a bit 35, 235, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 230, lady number 9. 5, 7 here, 280 now 5, 280 now 5, but 90, but 90, 90, 92 to 5, 7 half 90, 290, 2.5, 5, 97 half, $3, but 2.5, but about 2.5, 302.5, 2.5, $3, D&D 26. Okay, they've had Covexonate. 7 half, 350 now 5, 350 on money 5, but 350 now 5, but 355. There's steer 60, 60, 5, but 70, but 5, 375, 85, but 85, 90, but 90, but 90, but 90, 385, 99, but 90, 385. Troy 4. 2 Charlets and the black. 7 half, 320, now 5. 320, money 5 at 320, now 5 at 320, now 530. 330, 35, 35, not red, 35, 40, 340, now 5. 345, now 50, 350, 50, 47 half, 347 half, 347 half, 345. Troy number. The red's coming back. Hold. You need to look at another one. He thinks it's got a big hop. Troy Ford. Sell reds, $3 now 5. $3 money 5, 10, and 15, 20, 5, 330, 30, 325. Troy number 5. Seven half, $3 now 5. Money 5, $3 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 325, 25, 2.5, now 5, 325, 325, 325, 320, 2.5, Troy 24. 7 half. That black leg and triangle. Oh, there, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 79, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 327 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, re 7. Steer right here, 330, now 2 and a half, 330, now 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 340, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 340, Troy 6. Say right here, $7.5, $4 now five. $4 money, five, $4 now five, $5, 10, 15, 20. 420 now five, 25, 25, 25, 25. 420, Troy, four. All right, Ecovexinate, Bova Shield, and Ben Worm with Side Decton. Sell steer, 250 now five, 250 now five, 250 now money, now five, 65, but a bit of 65, 70, 580, but a 285, but a 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, shoat, 77. 7 ahead, 240 now, 2.5, 240 money, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 2.2, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 240 Nolan 29. Celebrate Black Bull. $220, now 2.5, now 5. $222, now 5, 5, but a 22 and a 5. $225, 7.5, 30, but a 2.5, but a 5, but a 7.5, but a 40, but a 240. 240, 2.5, 5, but a 45, 47, 7.5. 247, 247, 50, 250, 250, 250, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 250, shoot, 100. Two red over there. Two reds. 7 or 280, not 2.5. 280, 2.5. 7 90, but 90, 2.5, 97 half. $3, but a 2.5. 5, 3, 7 half. 7 half, but a 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half. 305, Troy, 7. Over there, 7.5, 270, not 2.5. On the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but about 275, but about 7.5, 80, but about 2.5, but 5, 87 and 90, but 2.9, 2.5, 97 half, 297 half, 7 half, $3, but about $3, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $3, 2.5, but about 3.5, 7 half, but 10, but about 12 and half, but about 12 and half, 310, Troy, number 24. 280, now 2.5, 280, money, 257 and 90, 2.5, but about 925, 95, 97 half. $3, 2.5, but a 5, but a 305, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 307 half, 305, Troy, 7, Troy, 7. $2, 40, now 2.5, money, 2.5, but a 240, 2.5, now 5, 47 half, 250, now 2.5, now 5, 55, 7 half, 60, 260, 2.5, 7 half, 70, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, shoot, 77. Seven here, 250, now 2.5, 250, now 2.5, money, 2.5, but a bit of 2.5, 2.5, 5, but a bit of 7, 60, 2.5, now 5, but a bit of 7, 70, 2.5, but a 5, 75, 7, 80, 2.5, 5, 85, 7, 90, 2.5, 95, 97, $3, but 2.5, 5, 302.5, 302.5, $3, H, 71. Warnock had a 7-way shot. 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half, but 15, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but 320, 2 and a half, but 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, but 325, but 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, but 30, but 330, but 330, 330, 327 and a half, Reese 7. Three big blacks there. 340 now 5. 340 money 5. 345. 315 now 5. 55 55 60. 360 5. 2.5 5. 360 2.5 now 5 now 7.5. 367 7.5 70. 370 70. 367 and a half, Troy, 5, 7.5, 380, now 5, 380, now 5, 380, now 5, 380, on the money, now 5, 90, 90, 95, $4, $4, 5, $5, 405, $4, Troy, 2, Troy, 2. Steers up in his half and half, 315 now 5, 315 now money, now 5, 5, 60, 5, 365, 370, 70, 370, 365, Troy 5. 7 here, $2, 15 now 5, 250 now 5, money 5, 255, 55, 55, 255, 5, 255, 5, 255. 250, 871. Sale 4 big ones, 4 big ones. 290, not 2.5, 290, money, 2.5, 5, 96, 95, 95. 290, 2.5, 7, 97, $3, $3, 2.5, 302, 2.5, 5, 305, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 310, 310, 310, 310, 307 and a half, capital 94. 350 now 5. 350 on money 5. 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 85, 95. 395, $4, 5, 10, $10, 15, 415, 20, 420, 420, 420, 420, 415, Lady 93. Mark for ownership. 7 here, 370 now 5, 370 on the money 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, $4, 5, $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 430, 30, 430, 425, Troy 4. All right, Billy Housenfleet. Been winning 30 days, had a 7-way shot in Triangle 5. Two big. Okay, 2 big ones over there. 290 now 5, money 5, 290 now 5, 290 now 2 big ones over there, $3, $3 now 5, 305, 305, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315, 315, 315, 20, 20, 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 330, 325, show number 100. Over there, 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 5, 335. 330 on money, 540. 340, now 5. 345. 5, 42 and a 5. 47 and a half. 347 and a half. 350. 350, 2 and a half. 52, 5. 55, 7 and a half. 357 and a half. 57 and a half. 355. Simpson, 35. Over there, $3, now 5, money 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 305, 305, 305, $3, capital number 31. 7 half at a 340 now 5, 340 now 5 at a 340 now 2.5, 340 2.5, 340 now 2.5, 2 right here, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340 now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 330 now 2.5, 330 2.5. 330, 2.5, money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 330, capital, 35, cap 35.
rounds of 8 way.
Okay, 2 rounds 8 way. 350 and a 5, 350 and a 5, 350 on the money, now 5 and a 60, with a bit of a 5, with a bit of a 70, with a bit of a 5, with a bit of an 80, with a bit of 380, 85, 85, 90, 90, with a 95, with a bit of 95, 95, 95, 390, Simpson 50, Simpson 50, mark for ownership. $7 $3 now $5 now $5 $3 money 5 10 with a bit of 15 20 with a bit of 320 now 5 330 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 35 35 40 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 5 with a 50 350 350 355 360 5 with a 70 with a 5 with a bit of 80 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 85 90 390 85 90 95 with a 95 $4 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 10 with a bit of 10 15 20 with a bit of 420 20 20 410 so lease. Say right here, 7 hand, 330 now 5, 330 now 5 money 540 with 5 with a bit of 340 550 350 now 5 360 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 65 70 5 with a bit of 80 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 85 90 with a bit of 90 90 90 90 with a bit of 90 385 capital number 45. Two big ones, $3 now 2.5, 302 and a half, money 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2.5, 5 with a 305, 7, 8, 10, with a $10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17, with a bit of 17, 317, 20, 320, 20, 2.5, about 2.5, with a 7, with a 330, 2.5, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40, with a bit of 340, 340, 337 and a half, Troy 3, 330 now 5, with a 330 now 5, money 5, with a bit of 330 now 5, 45. 55, 365, but a bit of 65, 70, 5, but a bit of 80, but a bit of 5, but a 90, but a 5, but a bit of $4, but a 5, $4, 5, 5, 5, but a bit of 5, $4, D&D 20. $175, $180, $175, money, $80, $175, $80. Got the money, now $80, $180, $180, $85, $85, $185, $90, $190, $190, $90, $90, $185, show, $200. Yard with the 200s, I think you yard with the 315, 7.5, 379, money, 7.5. 20, with a 20, with a 2.5, with a 5, with a 25, 25, 325, 2.5, now 5, 7.5, with a 327 half, 327 half, 30, with a 30, 327 half, re 7, 330, now 5, with a 330, now 5, money, 5, with a 330, now 5, with a 35, 330, Troy 5. Half a time, and I'm going to 7 half, 290, now 2.5, 95, 97 half, but a $3, 2.5, 5, but a 7 half, but 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 315, 17, now 20, but a 2.5, but a 2.5, 5, 25, 20, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 20, 2.5, Troy 26. Seven here, 7 half, 280, now 2.5, 2. Hold the little one, 280, now 2.5, 85, 85. Selling two big ones, 285, 280, 2.5, 7.5, 290, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, $3, 2.5, but a bit of 5, 3, 7.5, 7.8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, a bit of 10, 307.5, Nolan 27, right here, $2.16, now 2.5, 260, now 2.5, 260, 2.5, 260, now 2.5, 260, one head over there, 240, now 2.5, 240, now 2.5, going on, 240, 2.5. Money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 245, and a bit of 5, 7.5, and a bit 247, 50, 250, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 55, 55, 7.5, 260, but a bit 2.5, and a bit 2.5, 260, gully 6. Below there, 290, now 25, 97 half, $3, 2.5, 5, but a 305, 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17, 20, but a 320, 317, 20, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 320, 2.5, Nolan 26, over 20, what is Nolan 56? Nolan 56, 320, now 5, 320 on my 530, but a 5, but about 330, 540, 345, but a bit of 5, 5, bit of a 42 and a 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 342 and a half, Troy number 1, Troy 1.
Katie Morris,
Okay, wing 60 days, had Covaxin 8 and Triangle 10. 305, 307 and a half, 37 and a half, money 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 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 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 330, D&D 24, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 540, 45, 345, 50, 350, 350, 350, 345, lady 93. Two more. Pick two you like. 330, now 5. 330, on money 5. 40, 40, 5, 345, 55, 55, 360, 60, 360, 360, 355, lady number 9. 3 head, lady 94. 3, lady 93. 3 head. Lady 93. 7 here, 7 280, now 5, 280, now 5, 95, but a $3, 5, but a 10, but a 15, but a 20, 325, 30, but a 5, but a 335, 35, 35, 40, 340, now 5, now 50, but a 5, but a 60, 365, but a 5, 360, lady 91. 180, now 5. 180 on the money, now 5. 180, now 5. 85, but it got the money. 85, $85, 85, 90, 95, 95, $2. $2, 5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205. $2. Marty number 1. Marty 1. Wayne Cattle. All right, 2 rounds of both shield gold and blackleg. 2 rounds of shot, 340, now 5, money 5, but a 340, now 5, 340, now 5, and a 50, with a bit of 55, but a 355, 60, with a bit of 5, but a 370, with a bit of 5, 375, 80, 80, with a bit of 5, but 85, 85, 85, 380, Simpson 50. Over there, heifer, $3, now 5. $3, now 5, money, 5, $3, now 5. $3, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 325, 30, with a bit of 5, with a bit of 40, 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 335, H47. Okay, left jaw there. Over there, 7 and a half, 140, 240, now 5. 240, now 5. Little bit, not bad. 50, 255, 260, now 5, now 70, now 70, 275, and 80, 5, 90, 5, $3, $5, $3, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 320, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 345, 340, Troy number 4. 7 and a half, 360, now 5, 360, now 5, money 575. 75, 80, 5, 85, 90, 95, $4, $4, 395, 405, 405, 405, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, about $10, $10, 10, 405, capital 45. 7 here, 320, now 5. 320, now 5, but 320, now 5. On the money, now 5, but 22 and a half. 5, but 25, 25, 7 and a half. 30, but 330, but 32 and a half, but 5, 35, 35, 7 and a half, but 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, Troy 6. See, look over here. 340, now 5. 340, now 5. 345. Money, 5. 342 and a half. 342 and a half. 2 and a half. 340, Troy, 5. What do you got? 2 heifers, 2 heifers. 7 here, $3, now 5. $3, now 5. 2 heifers on the money, now 5. 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, 5, 5, 5, and 10. 310, 15, 15, 20, 5, 25, 30, 330, 330, now 30, 330, 330, 5, 35, 35, 35, 40, 345, 345, 340, lady number 93. 7 half, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, a dividend money, 545, a dividend 45, 50, 355, 365, a dividend 70, a dividend 5, 75, 85, a dividend 85, 90, a dividend 5, a dividend 95, 95, now $4, $4.05, a dividend 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 405, Letty 91, Letty 91. Wilford Willie. All right, boys, have had a co-vaccinate and Triangle 4 plus PHK. 320, now 5, 320, now money, now 530, 35, 35, 40, 340, 40, 2.5, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, Troy 5. 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 327.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 335, 35, 37.5, 337.5, 337.5, 335, Troy 6. 7 half, 315, 17 half, 3 money, 17 half, now 17 half, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 half, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, 35, 37 half, 337 half, 337 half, 7 half, 337 half, 335, Simpson 36. 7 here, $3 now 5. $3 money, 5, 10, 15, 15, 20, 20, 23, 20, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 325, 7 half, 30, 330, 30, 330, 330, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2, 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 7 half, 337 half, 337 half, 335, capital 3. Say 3 big ones, $3 now 2.5, 302 and a half, money, 2.5, 302 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 305, 7 half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 half, 317 and a half, 17 half, 17 half, 17 half, 315, Troy 26, Troy 26. 7 here, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 335, 40, now 5, 345, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 340, DH, 37. 7 half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 15, 79, 79, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, 2 and a half, 320, D&D 93. 7 $135, $136, 135, 136, on the money, 7 to 8, 39, $9, 40, 1, 2, 142, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 142, 3, 14, 3, 142, Lone Star. Okay, coming in, had 2 rounds, Triangle 5, Envision 7, and 1 round of pre-spawns. Hurricane 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 3, 10, now 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, and a 7 and a half, 30, 330, 330, 330, 330, 330, 327 and a half, H37. H47. Boys, you like them here. Real condition on them. 370, now 5. 370, now 5. 370, now money's in. 580, 580. 85, 85. 385, 90, 90, 95. 395, $4, $4, $4, 5, 4, 5, 10. 410, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 25. 430, 30, 25, 30, 30, 30, 30, 430. 425, Troy 4, Troy 4. 140, now 5. 140 on the money, now 5. 150, now 5. Now 60, now 5. Now 70, 170. 165, 70. 170, 75. 175, 75. 75, 75. 170, Tom 3. Had a round of shots. Saddle Black, $7 $2.90 now $5, $2.95, $3 now $5, now 10, now 15, now 20, now 5, now $3.25, $3.25, 25, 25, 25, $3.20 Nolan 26, $2.80 now 2.5, $2.80, 2.5, $2.80, 2.5, $80, 2.5, $2.80, 2.5, $280, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 60 now 2.5, $2.60, 2.5 money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 7.5, 70, 2.70, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.70, 2.5, 2.70, lady 95. Okay, had a blackleg shot. 320 now 5, 320 now 5, 320 on the money 5, 30, 30, 55, 40, 5, 45, 50, 350, 2.5, 2.5, 55, 55, 55, 350, 2.5, now 5, 355, 355, 350, 2.5, Troy 5, Troy 5. Steer over there by the scale, 350 now 5, money 5, 355, going on 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 350 Troy 4. Oh, there, 320 now 5, 320 on money 5, 320 now 5, 325, 30, 5, 40, 340, 40, 40, 40, 40, 335, D&D 24. 7.5, 340 now 5. On the money 5, 55, 65, 75, 80, 5, 85, 385, 85, 85, 85, 385, 380 Troy 21. Sell 3 big ones. 7.5, 3, 10, 12.5, 3, 10, 12.5, 15, 7.5, 20, 2.5, 20, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 325, 320, 2.5 capital. 31. Seven, 330 now 5, 330 now money now 5, 335, 335, 30, 40, 340 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 345, 5, 5, 85, 340 Troy number 1. Two little ones, two little ones, two little ones there. $4 now 16 now 5. 416 that two little ones. 416 now 5. Mighty 5. 465 high 5. 460 Troy 2. Troy 2. Have it here, have it here, $2.50 now 5, 250 now 5, 60, 255, 65, 265, 70, 5, 80, 5, 285, 90 now 5, 95, $3, $3, 5, 5, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 315, 20, 5, 30, 5, 335, 330, lady number 91. 6-shooter. 6-shooter Woodward cattle wing 20 days, had 2 rounds of IBR and blackleg. Worm with Iva, Matt. Okay, gotta hold the little one. 325, 7.5. Hold in one little one. On the money, 7.5. 325, 7.5. 325, 7.5, 30. 330, 2.5. 35, 37.5. 337.5, 40. 340, 40 now 2.5. 340, 25, 5, 5, 5, 7.5. 350, 350, 350, 350, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 350, 2.5. 350, Troy 6. David here, 310. Not Sell 3 head, 3 head, 3 head. 330, now 5. We sell 2 head, Jody. Sell 2 or more. 330, 2.5. Money 2.5. 2 or more over there. 330, 2.5. 330, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 330. Troy, number 4. Okay, change it. Troy 5. Troy 5. Sell 2. $3.15. 79. 317.5. 315, 79, 79, money 79, 315, 17 half, 79, 79, 79, 315, Simpson 37, I'm sorry, Billy, Simpson 37. Three more. You buy 3 you like. 320, not 2.5. 320, on the money, 2.5. 327.5. 327.5, 30. 330, 2.5. 32.5, 35, 335, 7.5, 337.5, 37.5, 40, 40, 40, 40, 43, 42.5, 42.5, 2.5, 25, 45, 47.5, 347.5, 53, 52.5, 55, 5, 7.5, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 65, 360, 2.5, Troy 6. Say right here, 310, 12.5. 310, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 2.5, now 2.5, 322.5, 5, 25, 27.5, 330, 30, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 340, 40, 340, 340, 340, 337.5, Troy 6. Troy 6. 315 now 5, 315 now 5. On the money 565, 70, 5, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 95, 95, 395, 95, 95, 390. Simpson 50. 7.5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 85, 85, 85, 385, 90, 95, 95, 390 now 5, 95, 95, 390. Troy number 2. Troy, number 4. Troy 4. Stick hand ahead, but right here. 7 and 350 now 5. 350 now money 5. 350 now 5. 55, 55, 55, 60. 360. 5. 70. 5. 75. 2.5. 2.5. 2.5. 70. 2.5. 370. Troy number 5. Watch him a little bit, Andy. Okay, Luna cattle. What's that? T-Run Strangle 10 and Kovacs and 8. 320 now 5. 320 now 5. Money 5. 320 now 530 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 40 with a bit of 40 with a bit of 340. 340 with a bit of 340. 335 Troy 3. Troy 3. 7 here, 7 and $2. 16 now 5. 260 now 5 with a bit of money. 5 with a bit of 70 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 80 with a bit of 280. 5 with 90 with 290 now 5. 295, 95, 95, 95. 290 capital 5. 7 here, 440 now 5. 440 now 5. Money 5 with a bit of 50 with a bit of 55. 60 with a bit of 5 with a bit of 465. 465. 555 with a bit of 5. 460 Troy 2. All right, single jackpot. 7 here, 7 here, 260 now 5, money 5. 260 now 5, 55, 70, 80, 90. 295, 295, 95, 95. 290, Nolan 27, Nolan 27. Single jackpot. 340 now 5, 340 now 5, money 5, 340 now 50, 355, 365, 70, 70, 375, 80, 5, 90, 90, 390, 390, 390, 90, 90, 90, 385, H4H number 4. 7 here, $3 now 5. $3 on the money now 5. 10 with a bit of 15 with a bit of 20 with a bit of 5 with a 30 with a bit of 330. 325. 30 with a bit of 330. 330. 325. Show number 8. Showed 8. 7 here, 330, now 5, money 5, 335, 45, 55, 365, 70, 5, 375, 85, 85, 90, 5, 95, 395, 95, 95, 95, 390, H, 38. Cruise cattle from Winners, boys. They've had pyramid and blackleg. Good ones here, 335, 40. Hold one, Jody. 335, 40. Hold one, everybody. 340. Money, 40. 335, 7.5, 40. 340. Now 2.5. 42, 5. 45, 47 half. 350. 350. Now 2.5. 52 and 5, 5, 5. 355, 7.5. 60. 360, 2.5. 2.5, 5, 7.5. 70. 370, 2.5. 5, 75, 7.5. 7.5. 375, Troy 5. Boys, look them over about the right kind here. 320, now 2.5. 320, 2.5. Money, 2.5. 2.5, 25, 25. 25, 25. 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5. 35, 35, 37.5, 40. 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 340, 2.5. 340, Reese 7. Reese 7. Boys, heifers right off of them. You want some good ones. They're good. 310, 12 and a half. 310, 12 and a half. 310, 312 and a half. 310, money, 12 and a half. 12 and a half, 15. 315, 15, 15, 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 317 and a half. 16, 17. 317, 317, 318. 318, 18, 18. 318, 317, 18, 19, 19, 19. 318, 319, 20. 20, 20, 20. 321. 321. Even $1, $2, $2, $3. 323. 4, 5, 325, 326, 325, 6, 326, 6, 325, capital number 94. Sell 3 big ones. $3 now 2.5. $3 now 2. 3 big ones. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. Money 2.5. 302 and a half. 2.5. 2.5. 305. 307 and a half, 37 and a half, 310, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, Troy, number 24. $2.50 now 5, $250 now 5. Money 5, 255, 255, 5, 5, 5, 5, 255, 250, Lady 9.5. Have a kind, $7.5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5. Money, $3 now 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 340, 340, 340, 340, 335, Lady 93. Seven here, 7, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, money, 25, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 7.5, 307.5, 307.5, 307.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, capital 94. All right, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, $3 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 302 now 5, 37.5, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 317 and a half, capital 34. Sell 1 black steer, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 320, 2 and a half, 2.5, 25, 27 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 30, 327 and a half, Gully 6. 7 hand, 290, now 2.5, 95, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 7, 8, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Nolan 26. 26. Nolan, 26. Sell one, big one, 280, now 25, 85, 82, 95, 285, 285, 285, one big one, 85, 280, 287 and a half, 90, 287 and a half, D&D, 26. Sell the tag. $7.5, $3, now $5, $3, now $5, $3, now $5, $3, now $5, $5, money $5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, $3, Brian Hoffman. Share time. Three big ones, sell three big ones, 330, now 5. Three big ones, 330 on the money, now 5. 330, now 540. 340, now 5. 345, 350. 355, 355, 360 with the 5, 365, 370 with the 5, 80 with the 85, 85, 90, 90 with the 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Simpson, 50. $7.5, $3.70, now 5, 370, now 5, 370 on the money, 580 with the 5, with the 90, with the 95, $4, $4.05, 10, with the 10, now 15, 20, with the 420, 415, 20, 20, 20, 415, Troy, 4. $7.5, $7.5, 370, now 5, 370, now 5, and money, 5, 370, now 5, 375, 80, but 5, 90, but 95, but $4, but $4.05, 10, 4, $10, 10, 15, but 15, 15, 15, 15, 410, Simpson, 50. $7.5, but 390, now 5. 390 on the money, now 5 at 95. $4 at 5 at 10, but 10, 15, 20, 420, now 5 at 30, but 5 at 435. 430, now 5 at 5. 430, Troy, 4. $320, now 2.5, the money, 2.5, $325, $7.5, 30, but 2.5, but 5, but 35, 35, $7.5, $337.5. Have the big one here if you want it. $337.5, 40. 42.5, 14.5, 45, 47.5, 47.5, 7.5, 50, 352.5, 52.5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, 355, 352.5, Troy, number 6. Right here, $3.50, now 5, 350 on the money, 565, 70. 370, now 5 and 80, 80, 80, 80, 380, 380, 375, Simpson, 50. 7 here, 320, now 2.5, 320 on the money, 2.5, number 7.5, 30, but 2.5, 30, 2.5, 335, and 35, 37.5, 337.5, and 40, with 340, 340, 340, 340, 337.5, Troy, 1. Seven here, 330, now 2.5, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 37.5, 340, 2.5, 5, 45, 7.5, 50, 350, now 2.5, 2.95, 55, 55, 355, 357.5, 360, 360, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 365, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 367.5, 365, Troy, 3. Two big ones, 320, now 2.5, 320 on money, 2.5, 5, 27.5, 330, 2.5, 35, 35, 37.5, 40, 42.5, 40, 2.5, 5, 5, 7.5, 350, 2.5, 55, 7.5, 360, 60, 360, 357.5, Troy, 5, 357.5. 420, now 5. 420, now 5. Money, 5. 425, 25, 420, now 5. 420, now 5. 30, 435, 40, 5, 50, 455, 455, 55, 55, 55, 450, Troy 2, Troy 2. Three or more. Pick three you like. 460, now five. 460 on the money, now five. 465. 70, now five. 80, 5. 90, 5. 495. 95, 95, 95, 95. 490, Troy, number two. So let's slick one there. 440, now five. 440, now five. 55, 65, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55. Now $5. $5, now 5. 10. 510, 510, 515, 520, 525, 25, 30, 35, 40, 540, 545, 540, so lease. 70 here, 380, now 5, 380 on the money, 595, $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, now 20, 425, 30, 5, 435, 435, 35, 430, D&D 20. 7 here, $3.70, now 5. Money, 5, 370, now 5, 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, 95, $4, now 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 425, 425, 420, Troy, number 21. So the big one with the tag, $3, now 5. Okay, sales steer by scale, 7, $3.20, now 5. 320, now 5. Money, 5. By the scale, 325, 325, 30, 330, 330, 330, 5, 335, 40, 45, 50, 350, 350, 350, 345, capital 35. Steer over there, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, money, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 79, 20, 22 and a half, 25, 325, 322 and a half, capital 31, 34, put them on 34. 7, 450, now 5. 450, now money, now 5. 465, 75, 80, 490, 5. 490, now 5. 495, 5, 490, Troy, 2. Two little one, two little one, two little ones there. $3.50, now 5. 352 little one, 50 on the money, now 5. 355, 355, 55, 60, 60, 365, 370, 75, 80, 85, 85, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Troy, number 3, Troy, 3. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 3, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 3, 30. Have the little one here if you want it. 2 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 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 330, 2 and a half, 330. Troy, 1. He wants him. No turn. Settle black, 270, now 5. Money, 5, 270, now 5. 275, 5, 5, 270, 871. Seven here, $4, now 5. $4 on the money.
I'm off. Yeah, it's not
You good?
Yeah.
I got the money, now 5. 405, 10, 15, 20, 5, 35, 45, 445, 440, now 5, 440, D&D 20. 2 little ones there, 2 little ones there. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 2 little ones, money 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, you do it, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, capital 35, cap 35. What do you got? 2 big ones? 215 now 2.5. 215 now 2.5. Now 5. 7.5. $60 2.5. 5. 65. 7.5. 270 but 70 2.5. Now 5. 75. 7.5. 80 but 80 but 280 2.5. 82 5. Hey 7.5. 90 but 2.5 but 95. 95 now 7.5. $3. $3 2.5 but 2.5 2.5 2.5. $3. Show numbers 100. Show 100. 7 here, 290, now 2.5. 290 on money, 2.5. 290, 2.5. 97 half, $3, 2.5, 5, but a bit of 37 half. 307 half, 307 half, 305. Nolan 26. All right. Deborah Friend cattle might make you a bull. 220, now 5. On the money, now 5. 220, now 5. 220, 2.5. 225. 225. 227, now 30. 230, 30, 35, 40, 240. Now 40. 245, 50. 250, 255. 255, 260, 260. 265, 270, now 5, 280, 85, 285, 90, 290, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, show 100. Show 100. So one little one over there, $3, now 2.5, 302 and a half, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2.5, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 325, 320, 2 and a half, capital 94. 7.5, 7.5, 215, now 2.5, 252 and a 5, 7, 65, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55, $3, now $3, $295, $3, $295, H71. 7 here, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half. Money, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, 2 and a half. 5, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 3, 37 and a half, 335, Troy 1. Seven here, 160, now 2 and a half, 160 in money, 2 and a half, 7, 70, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 80, 180, 2 and a half, 85, 87, 90, 90, 2 and a half, 197 half, $2, $2 2 and a half, 5, 205, 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 215, 215, 215, 79, 79, 20, 220, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 222 and a half, show 17. 17 yard and we got to put you 13. Left hind leg a little bit coming off the trailer. 230, now 5. 40, now 5, now 50, now 5. 255, 255, 255, 255, 255, 5, 5, 5, 5, 60, 260, 260, 260, 255, Brian Hoffman. Over there, $702.16, now 5. 260, now 5, money, 5, 570, 275, 80, 280, 275, Nolan, 76. Heifer over there, 220, now 5. 220, now 5, money, 5, 220, now 5, 225, 220, show number 8. 7.5, right here, 290, now 2.5, 95, 95, 290, 295, 95, 97 half, and $3, but a 2.5, but a 5, but a 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 315, 315, 312 and a half, D&D 93. Sell the Charlet, 7.5, $3.20, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, money, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 330, capital 34. $150, now 2.5, 5, 7, 65, 75, 180, 90, 5, 195, 195, 95, 95, 95, now $2, $2.05, 205, 205, 205, 205, $2 Harris. 7 half, 340, now 5. 340, now 5. 340, now money, now 5. 5. 345, 50, 50, 50, 55, 355, 60, 360, 360, 355, H4. 7 here, $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Money 5. 5. $4 now 5. 5. 5. 10. 10. 15. 20. 425. 30. 5. 40. 5. 45. 445. 5. 440. Fox number 20. What? Fox Billy? What is it? Fox 25. Fox 25. Two little ones there. $3 now. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. Two little ones. Money. 2 and a half. 5. 7 and a half. 10. 12 and a half. 15. 317 and a half. 17. 20. 2 and a half. 5. 27 and a half. 30. 2 and a half. 5. 35. 35. 3. 32 and a half. Capital 90. 7 here, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 315, capital 94. 7 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, now $3, 2 and a half, 5, 307 and a half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 370 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy, 1. Two big ones. $3 now 5. $3 now money now 5, but $3 now 5. $3 now 5, but 2 big ones. $3 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. $3. Troy number 21. So little spot. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. Money's down 5. 305, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5. 335, 35, 35, 35. 330, Tom, 3. Seven here, 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 32 and a half. 330, 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. 330, 2 and a half. 330, now 2 and a half. 20, 2 and a half. 320, on the money, now 2 and a half. 325, 325, 2 and a half, now 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 330, 30, 2 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 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 330, capital number 35. 7 here, 7 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 5, 302 and a half, 35, 32 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 17 and a half, 320, 20, 317 and a half, Nolan 56. 7 here, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, and money, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 312 and a half, capital 34. 7 here, $3, now 2 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 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 and a half, $3, capital 34. Two blacks, $3.50 now 5. 2 blacks, $3.50 now money 5, 355, 60, 5, 70, 375, 375, 80, 80, 3, have me if you want him, 380, 375, capital 30, 45, cap 45, he wants him. 3 yet. Got some bulls, 290 now 5, 295 money 5, $3 now 5, now 10, now 15, 20, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Nolan 26. 7 half, 305, 7 half, 305, 7 half, 305, 7 half, bit of 7 half, money 7 half, 307 half, 7 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17 half, 17 half, 20, 320, bit of 20, 20, 20, 20, 317 and a half, capital 31. So one big one. 56. So one big one. 7 half, 340, now 5. 340, now 5. 5, money 5. 7 the big one. 345, 45, 45, 45, 50, 5, 316, 5, 70. 375, 80, 85, 85, 380. Troy number 2. 7 here, 7 and a half, $4, now 5. $4, now 5, $4, now 5. Money, 5, 10, 15, 25, 425, 30, 40, 50, 65, 465, 70, 475, 80, 495, 95, 95, 490, Troy 2. 7 half, 340, now 5. 340 on the money, now 5, 345. 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 45. 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, 353, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 352 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 350, Troy 45. Evercans happening T90, now 2 and a half, T90, now 2 and a half, now money, 2 and a 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 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 302 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 312 and a half, D&D 26. 7 here, T little one, T little one, T little one's here, 320, now 2 and a half, 320 on the money, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 27, 7 and a half, 33, 30, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, 35, 35, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 335, Troy 1, Troy 1, 7 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half, 10, 10, 310, 310, 307 and a half, D&D 26. 7 half, 350, now 5, 350, now 5. Money, 5, 350, 560, 365, 70, 5, 80, 80, 380, 380, 380, 380, 375, capital 92. Sell the big one, big one, big one, big. Seven right here, 7 and a half, 270, now 5. 270, now 5. Money, 5, 80, 5, 90, 5, $3, 5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, $3, D&D 26. They need to give away knives for Christmas. They need to give away knives for Christmas. 70, 90, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 95, 95, 295, 92 and a half, 95, 95, 95, 95, 292 and a half, Nolan 26. 7 and a half, $3, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half. 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 310, capital 31. Oh, I don't think so. 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15. They go forehead. Seven here, 7 and a half, 340, now 5. 340, now 5. Money, 5. 340, now 5. 340, now 5. 45. 340, Troy, number 45. Every time. 700, 700, 305, 7.5, 305, 37.5, money 7 and 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and 8, 12 and 8, 15, 79, 20, 320, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Troy 26. Troy 26. 7.5 right here, but 290 now 2.5. 290, two little one, two little one, two little one, $3.20 now 2.5. Two little ones, 320 on the money, 2.5, 25, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 35, 37.5, 37.5, 337.5, 335. Troy 3. 7 ahead, 220 now 5, 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 225, 220 now 5, 220 now 5, 225, 220 now 5, right here, on the money, now 530, 225, 30, 230, 225, lady number 9. 97, lady 97. It's up in there, 270, now 2.5, 270 on the money, 2.5, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, out to go, 5, 7.5, 80. 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 8, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, Nolan 27. Put it on 26, Nolan 26. 26. Seven here, 360 now 5, 360 on the money now 5, 5, 360 now 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 90, 90, 3 to 5, 90, 90, 90, 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 385, H 38. Okay, hold the tag if you need to. 7.5, $3 now 5. $3 money 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. Holding the tag if you need to. 305, 305, 305, 305. $3 Troy number 1. Seven here, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 275, 270 now 5, 270 now 5, 270, money 580, 285, 285, 285, 285, 90, 290, 90, 90, 90, 90, 285, lady number 97. Two blacks, sell two blacks, $3 now 2.5, 302 and a half, money 2.5, 302.5, 305, 55, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17.5, 317, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Troy, number 1. Settle Breno ball face. 280, now 2.5. 280, 2.5. Going out right now. 280, 2.5. What's your ticket? 280, 2.5. Crossbred, money 2.5. 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 280, D&D 93 on the scales. 93 on the scales. Sell two steers, 315, 17.5, 315, 17, money 17.5, 317, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 27.5, 327.5, 327.5, 327.5, 325, Troy, 24, 7.5, $3, 2.5, 305, 5, 5, 5, 302 and a 5, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17.5, 317, 20, 320, 322 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, Gully 6, Gully 6. Steer kind, 290, now 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 295. Money, 2.5, 290, 2.5, now 5. 97.5, $3 now, 2.5, 5, but a 3 of 5, 3, 7.5, 3, 7.5, 10, 12.5, but a 12.5, 12.5, 15, 315, 17.5. Have one big one there if you want it. 317.5, 315, 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Troy 24. Ten man, 330, now 5. Money, 5, 330, 540. 340, now 5, and then 550, with a 350, 55, 355, 355, 355, 350, Simpson, 35. Two little one, there. 390, now 5. 390, now 5. Money, 5, but 395, two little ones. 390, now 5, now $4, but a bit of $4, $5, but a 10, but a 10, a 10, a 10, 15, 420, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 425, 25, 25, 420, Troy, number 2. Okay, left front leg. Old deal goes with him, left front leg. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. $2, now 5. Left front leg. $2, now 5. Hadn't hurt him very bad. On the money, 5. Till 5. Till 5, 10. 210, 15. 215, 20. 225. 230. 235. 235, 35, 35, 35. 230, Troy, 7. $310, 12.5, $310, 12.5, $310, money, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 320, 2.5, 25, 25, 25, 27.5, 330, 30, 30, 330, 330, 327.5, Simpson, 36. Seven half, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, hold one, Jody. 330, hold one, everybody. 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 340, 340, 2.5, 42, 5, 45, 47.5, 347.5, 50, 350, 50, 50, 52, 52.5, 352.5, 352.5, 352.5, 350, Troy, number 6. $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 2.5, money 2.5, 302.5, 302.5, 5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 312.5, 17.5, 20, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, capital 31. Oh, look him over here. But a 7.5, but a 350 now 5. 350 now 5. Money 5. 355, but a 350 now 5. 355, 60, but a 5, but a 70, but a 70, but a 5, but a 380, but a 80, 385, but a 85, 90, 90, but a 90, 395, but a $4, $4, 5, but a 10, 410, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 10, 405, Simpson 50. Seven here, $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Money 5, 10, 15, 15, 20, 5, 430, 5, 430, 540, 45, 50, 54, 54, 54, 54, 50, 445, Troy 4. All right, 7 here. Everybody like them out of 7 here. 370 now 5 money 5. 380 bit of 5 but 90 bit of 5 but 4 dollar bit of 4 dollar 4 dollar 4 dollar 5 405 405 10 10 10 10 10 with about 15 with a bit of 20 with a bit of 420 now 5 with a bit of 425 25 25 25 25 30 with a bit of 430 434 35 with a bit of 35 35 430 Troy 4. All right, everybody like it? Sell 2 or more. Everybody like them? Like them like that? 380 now 5. Sell 3 head. 380 on money 5. But at 380 now 5. 90 but a 90 but a 95 but a bit of 4 dollar but a bit of 4 dollar 4 dollar 4 5 405 10 410 10 to 15 with a bit of 20 with a bit of 420 5 with a bit of 425 25 25 25 25 420 Troy 2 Troy number 2. 7 here, 450 now 5, 450 now 5, and a 65, 75, and 80, 5, and a 90, but a bit of 5, 495, $5 now 5, 505, 505, 505, 505, 505, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, about a 10, 10, 15, 5, 15, 20, 5, 20, 5, 20, 5, 15, so lease. It's having here, but about $4 now 5, $4 on the money now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 420, 420 now 5, 430, 30, 5, 435, 35, 40, 40, 445, 445, 55, 50, 450, 50, 50, 55, 455, 55, 55, 55, 450 Troy number 2, Troy number 2, Troy 2. 7 here, $5 now 5, $5 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 45, 50, 5, 50, 5, 60, 5, 70, 570, 570, 570, 570, 570, 570, 565 gully, straight gully. Yard him with the 1. 7 here, 220 now 2. 220 now 2, 220 now 2, 220 now 2, 2 but a money 2, 222, 2 but a $2.24, but a 226, 28, 230, but a 2, but a 4, but a 6, but a 8, but a 40, but a 2, but a 244, 246, 8, 248, 50, 254, 54, 56, 58, 58, 62, but a $2, 260 show 77, show 77. 7 here, $2 now 2.5, $2, 2.5, 7, 8, 10, 12, 15, 17, 20, 2.5. Now 5, now 7.5, 2, 27, 30. Now 5, now 40, now 5, now 50, 250, 245, 50, 50, 50, 250, 245. Nolan 29, Nolan 29. 7 here, 315, 17, 315, 17, 20, 320, 2.5, now 5, but about 27, 30, but about 32 and a half, 35, 335, 37, 337, 337, 37, 335, capital 35.
Get a lot of eggs next week. I've got a whole shelf.
7 here, 315, 17, 3 money, 7, 22 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, 27, 7, 7, 7, 7, 325, Troy 1. 7 here, 330, now 5, 330 on money 5, 5, 5, 335, 330, now 5, 40, 5, 45, 345, 5, 5, 45, 340, Troy 3. Seven here, 250, now 2.5, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 255, 7.5, 60, with a 2.5, 7, 70, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, Nolan 29.
MC triple B. That's a long deal.
Oh, you got him. Okay, 7 7 miles, 7, 8, 280, now 2.5, 5, 280, 2.5, 85, 285, 87 and 90, 2.5, now 5, 95, 7.5, $2, $3, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 3, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 315, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 312.5, Nolan 26, Nolan 26, 7.5, 7.5, 270, now 2.5, 275, 7.5, 82.5, 7.5, 92.5, 7.5, $3, 2.5, but a 5, but a 3, 7.5, but a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 3, $10, $10, $10, $10, 307.5, Nolan 26. Over there, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 85, 85, 280, 2.5, 5, 85, 7.5, 290, 2.5, but 95, 97.5, $3, 2.5, but a 5, but a 305, 5, 305, 302.5, Nolan 26, Nolan 26. 7 here, 260, now 2.5, 260, 25, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 7.5, 90, 290, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 290, Nolan 27. Seven here, 315, 17.5, 315, 17.5, on the money, 17.5, 317.5, 15, 17.5, 317.5, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 17.5, 20, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 7.5, 330, but a 330, 330, 330, 327.5, Gully 6, Gully 5.5, Gully 5.5. 7 here, 7 here, 7 here, 7 here, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 5, 7 here, 90, 2.5, 97, $3, 2.5, 302.5, 305, 7 here, 7 here, 7 here, 7 here, 307, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 15, 17.5, 17.5, 17, 20, 20, 320, 320, 317.5, Gully number 5.5, Gully 5.5. Little short tail there, 280, now 2.5, 85, 7, 90, 2.5, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 95, 290, 2.5, Nolan 26. Have a kind, haven't had $2.20, now 2.5, 220, now 2.5, 220, 2.5, 220, money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 25, 7.5, 30, 230, 2.5, 30, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 230, show 19, show 19. Set over there, 230, now 2.5, 230, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, a bit of 230, 2.5, 210, 12.5, 210, 12.5, effort going on, 210, 212.5, money, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 210, show number 8, show number 8, 260, now 2.5, $260, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 7, 7, 7, 70, 2.5, now 5, now 75, 275, 75, 75, 75, 272.5, H 71. 7 here, 7 here, 7 here, 7 here, 7 here, 320, now 5, 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 money 5, 325, 30, 5, 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 330, Lady 94, Lady, okay, 91, Lady 91, Lady 91. What is it? Is there one more, or is that it? Okay, so one bigger. Over there, 7.5, 3, 10, 12.5. Money, 12.5, 3, 10, 12, one head over there, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 3, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, whatever, 20, 20, whatever, 20, 315, Nolan, 26. Over there, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, money, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12, 15, 17.5, 20, 320, 20, 22.5, 5, 25, 25, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 325, capital 34, $3.30, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money, 540, 345, 5, 5, 5, 45, 345, 50, 350, 350, 355, 5, 5, 5, 350, capital 35. Okay, handful of pears and breads. Got in late yesterday evening and be up here in a little bit. 280, not 295, 85, about 280, 295, 85, 285, 285, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 280, 2.5, Nolan, 27.
New deal.
Sell one big steer, 7.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, money, 12.5, 15 to 17.5, 17.5, 317.5, 317.5, 315, Nolan, 56. Nolan, 56. So little one, I'm going to have it, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 5, over there, 330, money, 5, 5, 40, 5, 45, 45, 45, 340, H, 38. Okay, leave him over. 7.5, $2, now 5, $2, now 5. $2 now 5, $2 now 5, 5, 5, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, $2 5, 205, 205, 205, 160, money 570, now 5, now 80, now 5, now 95, $2 now 5, $2 5. $2 5 10 2 5 10 15 15 15 15 2 15 15 20 220 20 20 220 215 Brian Hoffman. 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, $10, 10, 310, 310, 310, 307.5, Nolan, 26. Over there, one head. 7.5, 250 now 5, 250 on the money, 5, 250 now 5, 255, 60, 5, 75, 80, 5, 90, 5, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, H 71. Two more, $3 now 2.5, 302 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, 320, that's home to them. 320, 320, 320, 317.5, Troy 1. Seven here, $2.50 now 5. 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 255, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 255, 220 now 5, on the money 5, 225, 225, 230, 230, now 5, now 40, 45, 245, 45, 240, Brian Hoffman. 7.5, $4 now 5, $4 money 5, 10, and 15, 20, 5, 30, 435, 435, 35, 35, 430, D&D 20. Boom. 7.5, $2 now 5, 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 205, 205, 205, $2 on the money now 5, 205, 205, 205, 205. $2 show number 77. $2 now 50 now 2.5, 250 now 2.5, 250 now 2.5, money 2.5, 5, 7, 60, 2.5, 7, 70, 2.5, 7.5, 277, 280, 2.5, 5, 87.5, 287, 7.5, 285, H 71. Okay, two big ones over there, $3. Is that right? Sell them all, $3 now, 2.5. All of them, move there, 302.5, money, 2.5, 302.5, 5, 7.5, 307.5, 7.5, 10, 310, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 315, 312.5, Gully, 5, 7.5, 315, now 5, 315, now 5, and 350, now 5, 315, now 5, and 40, now 5, 340, on the money, now 5, 340. Capital 35. 7.5. 7, 8, 2 little ones. 2 little ones there. 290 now 5. 290 now 5. 2 little ones. 290 now money now 5. 295 $3 now 5. 310 10 12 and a half. 312 and a half. 312 and a half. 12 and a half. 310 D and D 26. Seven here, $2.50 now, 2.5, 250 on the money, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 250 H71. Seven here, $2.70 now, 2.5, money, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270 Nolan 27. $270 now, 2.5, 5. $270, 2.5 now, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 75, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 80, 25, 7.5, 287, 7, 7, 87, 287, 287, 285, fry 7, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 20, 2 and a half, 325, 25, 25, 2 and a half, now 5, now 325, 325. 322 and a half, capital 17. Capital 17. 7 here, 216, now 2 and a half. 216, now 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half. 260, 25, 65, 7 and a half. 67 and a half. 267 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. 265, Gully 6. Gully 6, $3.50 now 5, 350 on the money, 565, 75, 85, 95 at a $4.05 at a 10 at a 15, 415, 15, 15, 415, 415, 415, 410, H 30. 7 here, 290 now 5. 290 now 5, 290 now 5, 290 on the money now 5, $3, $3, $3, $3 now 5, 305, 305, 355, 10, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 79, 79, 20, 320, 317 and a half, capital 90. Seven here, 260 now 2 and a half, 5, 7, 70, 25, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 7, 85, 285, 285, 285, 285, 282 and a half, 871. 7 here, 305, 7 and a half, 305, money 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 25, 25, 325, 325, 322 and a half, Simpson 37. 7 here, 7 and a half, $2.16 now 2 and a half, 260 now 2 and a half, money 2 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 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 5, 7 and a half, 70, 270, 2 and a half, 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 270, 2 and a half, 270, lady 95. 7 and a half, $3.20, now 5, 3.20, 2 and a half, and money, 2 and a half, 3.20, 2 and a half, 3.20, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 25, 25, 7 and a half, 3.27 and a half, and 30, with 3.30, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 3.30, gully, 5, 5. $7.70, now 2 and a half, 5.75, 2 and a half, now 5, but 75, 75, 75, 275, 275, 272 and a half, Nolan 29. $7 $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 305, 305, 2 and a half, now 5, 305, 7 and a half, 10, and a 10, 10, 2, 12 and a half, 15, with a bit of 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 3, 17 and a half, 315, capital 31. Two Charlays, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half. On the money, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 17 and a half, a bit of 17 and a half, 20, a bit of 320, 20, 2 and a half, a bit of 2 and a half, 325, a bit of 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, Troy 1. 7 here, 270, now 2 and a half, 270, money, 2 and a half, 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 275, a bit of 7 and a half, 80, a bit of 2 and a half, 5, a bit of 7 and a half, 2, 7 and a half, 285, 871. Seven here, $2.40, now 2 and a half, 240, now 2 and a half, 240, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, bit of money, 2 and a half, 240, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, 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 240, 871. Okay, owner said they would be open. 7 here, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, $2 money 5. 2, 5, 10, 2, 10, 15, 20, 2, 25, 30, 2, 35, 2, 30, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 2, 30, Marty 11, Marty 11. By the head. 200 by the head, now 25, 200, now 25. 50, 250, now 50, now 25, 50, 250, 275, 300, now 300, 300, now quarter, 300 and a quarter, about 300 and a quarter, 300 and a quarter, 300 and a quarter, anybody else? 300 and a quarter, sold it, $300. Jody, you right? What's your name? It's Della Torres. Della Torres. 7 half, 128.9, 128.9 money, $9, $9, $9, $28.9, 28, 9, 128, Marty 25. Got a steer, 7 half, but a 305, 7 half, 307 half, 7 half, 305, 7 half, but then money 7, 8, 10, 10, 12 and a half, but a 15, 315, 17 half, 17 half, 17 half, 17 half, 315. Simpson 37. All right, had to co-vaccinate in Pyramid 5 with pre-spawn. 7 here, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 295, 7 half, 97 half, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 305, 555, 555, 302 and a half, capital number 3, 5, capital 5. Capital number 5. Just 5.
They don't know what side to put the tag on no more. Oh, it says watch out, this is Catan operation. It says watch out.
Okay, look him over. Got in here last night. 7 $135, $136, $135, money $6, $7, $7, $8, $9, $9, $9, $9, $40, $141, $142, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6, $146, $7, $7, $8, $8, $49, $150, $150, $151, $150, Lone Star. 135, 36, money 6. 137, another bit of 7, $8, $8, 38, 37, $8, $9, $9, 40, bit of 1, bit of 2, bit of 3, bit of 4, 44, now 5, bit of 6, bit of 7, 47, 48, $49, $9, 50, 151, 51, 51, 52, 153, 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, 155, 155, 154, Lone Star. Young here. 7 $150 now 2 $150 2 money 2 4 red 2 4 6 a bit of $8 $8 60 2 a bit of 4 red 6 68 72 a bit of 4 76 78 82 a bit of 184 86 88 90 a bit of 92 94 94 96 98 $2, $2, 2 and a half, $2, 5, $2, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 2, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 2, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 40, 2, 40, 2 and a half, 2, 40, 2 and a half, 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 240, show number 8. $7 $2 now 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, 5, 7, 8, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17, 18, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 27 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 35, 35, 7 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 52, 52 and a half, 5, 55, 55, 255, 255, 252 and a half, show number 8. $7 $220 now 2 and a half, 220, 2 and a half, 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 220, 2 and a half. On the money 5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 225, 225, 222 and a half, Troy 7.
Yeah, but he's gonna be behind the gate.
Oh, there's 7 $138 $9 $138 $9 9 9 9 9 38 money 9 9 9 40 1 2 3 4 5 46 47 148 149 149 9 50 50 50 51 52 52 3 4 5 154 Lone Star. 125, 26, 125, money $6, 125, $26, $6, $6, $6, 6, 7, 127, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 130, Marty, 13. $7 $330 now 5, $330 now 5, 5, 330 now 5, 330 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, 250 now 5, selling 2 head, 250 now 5, 250 on the scales, 255, $2 now 5, money 5, 10, 15, 215, 220 now 5, 230, 35, 235. 235, 35, 35, 35 divided 235, 230. Cactus, is that right? 240, now 5. 240 on the money, now 5. 50, 255, 265, 265, 75, 80, 55, 95, 295, 295, $3, now 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 330, 330, 330, now 5, 335, 35, 35, 330, Letty, 93, Letty, 93, 700, 230, now 5, 230, now 2.5, 230, 2.5, 230, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 230, now 2.5, 230, 2.5, $2, now 2.5, 5, 205, 205, 205, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 2, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 79, 20, 220, 2.5, 20, 2.5, 25, 27 and a half, 230, 230, 230, 230, 227 and a half, show number 8. Weigh the cow. 7 and a half, 115, 116, 115, 116, 115, 16, on the money, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 121, 2, 2, 2, with 3 and 4, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 128, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 130, 1, 31, 31, 130, show 2, show number 2. By the head. 850 by the head, now 75, 900 quarter half, $75,000 and a quarter half, 1,050, 75, 1,100 by the head, $1,100, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a half, 11 and a half, 11 and a half, 75, 1175, Pat, 1175, 1150, 75. Everybody sign on top, 1175, 1175, 1175, 1150 by the head, show. Straight. Broke mouth cow, 7 and 8 months bred. Gun a calf for you. 150 now 2. 152 4 6. 58. $60 now 2. Now 4. Now 6. Now 8. 68 70. 172 4. 74 76. 76 178. 178, 80, 180, 180, 182, $82, 2, 4, 4, 84, 86, 88, 88, $88, $90, $90, $92, 4, $94, 94, 96, 98, 98, $2, 202, 202, 202, 202, 202, 202, $2, and that'll be show number 251, 251. 135, test it open, 135, 36, 7, 37, 36, 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a 7, 137, 38, 38, 9, not a 40, bit 1, 141, 140, Lone Star. Broke mouth, light bread, 7.5, bit 140, now 1, 140, he bit 1, not a 1, not a money, 1, 140, now 1, 41, $1, 2, 2, 2, we do a 3, bit a 4, bit a 5, 46, 147, 48, 48, 147, Lone Star. 7.5, sell the bull with tag, $3 now, 2.5, 5, 302 and a half, 5, sell the bull, 305, 305, 55, 305, 305, 302 and a half, Nolan, 26, sell the heifer. 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, $3 money, 2.5, 5, 3, 5, 7.5, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 3, 15, 17 and a half, 20, with a 3, 20, 2 and a half, 2, 5, with a 25, 27 and a half, with a 30, with a 2 and a half, with a 5, 37 and a half, 40, with a 3, 40, 3, 37 and a half, D&D 24. Okay, we sold some calves off of earlier. What's solid mouth cow? Good age cows. By the head, 1,500, 1,600. 15, now 16 on money, 1,600. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2,000, now 1. 21, 22, 22, 23, 24. 24, 24, 25, 25, 26, 2,600, 2,600, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600, 25.50 fried 10. Boy, 7 and 8 months bred. 2,300, now 2,400, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 28, 29, 28, 29, 28, 29. Yes, sir. 28, 29, 28, 2,900, 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 28 and a half. Sold him 2,800. Werner.
Warner?
Werner.
Yeah, Stanley Warner,
2,800.
I got two cows here that they know what to do with.
Stanley Warner. Vicky Murr.
Yes, sir. I imagine. Okay, hold the short solid. Sell two solid mouth cows. 2,600, 2,700, 26, 27, 26, 2,700, 26, 20, 27, 28, 29, 3,000, 3,000, 31, 31, 30, 51, 3,100, 3,100 and a half, 31 and a half, 32, 3,200, 3,200, 3,200, 3,200, 32, 3150, show 13. 22, 23, short, solid, heavy bread, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 27, 8, 2,800, 27, 28, 2,800, 2,800, 2,800, 28, 28, 2,700, show 251, show 251. Us having here, where, 125, 126, 7, 8, 9, 31, 2, 3, 4, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 139, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 46, 48, 50, 1, 51, 51, 50, 148, show number 2. $135, $136, $135, $136, money $6, $135, 36, $135, 36, 7, 37, 38, 138, 9, $139, 40, 140, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 143, Marty 25, Marty 25.
Lynn Polish from Bont. 6 work. Cows and calves. 4 cows and 2 calves.
They are heavy bread. 155, 156. Weigh them to you. 155, $156. 155, 156 by the pound. $1.55, $1.56, $1.55, $6, $6, on the money 6, 155, 6, 155, 56, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 155, fry 10.
How much they gonna weigh? A lot.
Seven and 150 now one. 150 now one. Everybody one, that one, Everybody one on the money. 1, 2, 52, 3, 52, 3. 52 now 3, 3, 3, 4, 4. 54, 5. 155, 55, 6. 6 out of 6, 7, 7, 7, 8. 58, 58, 9. 59, 60. 1, 1, everybody one out of 1. 160 Lone Star. Settle red heifer with the tag. 7 half, 380 now 5. 385, 380 now 5. And the red one, 380 now 5. Sell both of them. What do you got? 350 now 5. Weigh them to you. 355, 355, 55. 55, 55, 55. 355, 60, 360, 355, 360, 360, 360, 355. Lady 93.
This is North Concho. My gosh, they're so fat.
7.5, 128, 129. 105 and 7 on spread. 129, 30, 130, 130, 130. Wham, 2, 1, 2, 32, 3, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 138, 137, 38, 38, 38, 38, $38, 137. Schwartz.
Straight up around the corner. Let me know what you do with them. I got two cows here. Let me know what you do with them.
Look here, North Concho.
North Concho, boys, 5 to 7 months bred. 27, they're young, they're good. 27, money gate, 29, 29. 3,000 now, 31, 31, 31, 31, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100, 3,000 now, 31, 3,100, 3,100, 3,100. Got 3,000 now, 31, 31, 31, all in, all done, 31, 32, 31, 32, 31, 31 and a half, 31 and a half, 3,100, Werner, Werner. 135, open cow, 135, 6, money 6, 7, 8, 39, 40, 41, 140 Lone Star. Boys, you got a bull calf, solid mouth cow. 3,500 now, 3,600, 35, 3,600, 35, 36, 35, 36, 35, 3,600, 36, 37, 36, $3,700. 37, 38, 38, 39, 39, 39, 38 and a half, 9, 39, 9, 39 and a half, 39 and a half, 39 and a half. Now $4,000. $4,000. Be easy to remember. $4,000. $4,000. 4,000. Got a real bull calf. 4,000. 4,000. 39.50. Shoat 11.
Straight up around the corner. Let me know what you do with them. I got one pair here. Let me know what you do with them.
This is Megan Coates from Ozona. Okay, one ear tag 14 pairs with the bigger heifer, and ear tag 37 pairs with the bigger bull. That's a heifer.
It says 14 what now?
Goes with the heifer. 14 goes with the heifer tag.
14 goes with the heifer kid. Okay. The light colored cow, light heifer kid. Ear tag 14. And what's the other cow have? 37.
She has a big bull calf. She has 37.
Okay,
Yeah.
she's been sucked. Okay.
Okay, that is a pair right there. Heifer calf and all. 2,600, 2,700, 26, 27, money 7, 2,600, now 2,700. 26, sell the pair, $2,700, 26, 27, 2,700, 27, 28, 29, 3,000, 3,000. Both of you out. $3,000, 29, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 2,900, Troy, 15.
Next up. Only one, two, one. She got one, two, one.
Okay, she's got ear tag 37. She pairs with a bigger bull calf. Ear tag 37.
Okay, Cal there, raise the bull calf here. Where? 150 now 2.5, 150 on money 2.5, now 5, 55, 7.5, 60, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, at a 7.5, 80, but 2.5, at a 5, 87.5, 90, 190, 2.5, 5, at a 95, 195, 195, 195, 195, 192.5, show 22. Over there, 330, now 5. 330 on the money, now 5. 335, 335, 40, 5, 50, 355, 360, 5, 370, 5, 80, 80, 380, 380, 380, 380, 375. H4.
So what do you think that it says a smaller heifer? Bigger heifer. Okay, it says ear tag 14 with bigger heifer.
I hope we got that pair right.
That's a bigger heifer,
It
right?
says bigger heifer.
I don't know.
Did she have ear tag 14?
Yeah.
She
Both of
had
them
the
says
right.
bigger heifer and bigger bull.
We didn't see them. So
Straight up. 108, 108, 108,
we didn't
108.
see the calves, so how could we know if we don't see them all? Who knows, Jody? Why don't they mark them? I mean, Coach Megan Coates on page 47, pin 350. Well, I mean, we could see the other calves, so how do we know which one's the bigger one if we're not looking at them?
Troy.
Put this heifer calf, put her in the,
In the
you got the
pen?
pair by herself?
No, she's with the other two cows that he's got. He's got two other cows right there.
Tell Louie to cut out that red cow and that red calf, and then put this calf in the pen with them, and we'll bring them back around. Hold that ticket on Troy. Hold that ticket on Troy. You better look at that. This calf. No, I don't know.
We don't know.
Hey, Louis.
It says bigger, but we weren't looking at the calves when she come in. We needed all of them in
I
here.
believe that calf is bigger than the calf with her.
Yeah, it's bigger. That one's bigger than the calf that's
You
with
want me to
her.
just put her around the corner and
Put
get the
her
other
around
pair?
the corner, and then we'll need to cut out that red pair. Let's look at it.
Is that a little red bull calf?
The red bull calf, 375.
375, 85, 95, $4 now, 5, 10, 45, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, but about $10, 10, 410. Red bull calf, 410, 10, 410, 405, Fox, 25.
Heifer, I just put her around the corner.
Walk over there.
I don't know if they just mark the pairs when they go and they know which
Where
one's
you going with
which.
that one?
Why do they do that?
Yeah, why didn't she send that calf in with the cow?
Yeah.
927?
But I mean,
Was that,
even if they get mixed up, you'll know which one.
was that all the Megan coaches?
Yeah.
And get that pair out with that heifer, they're gonna come get it.
It says watch out. Watch out. Oh, wait. That's 3. Hold on. Okay, that is
Read off.
Justin Smith.
100, 100, 100, 0, 0.
Broke mouth cows, heavy bred.
I've got 2801 and 28.
155, 7.5, 155, 157, 7.5, money 7.5, 60, 60, 2.5, 160, now 25, 555, 7.5, 70, 170, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 5, 87.5, 190, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 190, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 190, 2.5, 190, 2.5, 190, fry number 15, fry 15, give him a pin on him, I guess. Short. 6 and 7 months bred. 160, now 2.5. 160, 2.5. Money, 2.5. 7.5. 70, 2.5. Now 5. Now 7.5. 180, $80, $80, 2.5. 180, 5, 7.5. 190, 2.5. 195, 97.5. $2, $2, 2.5. 2.5, 5, 205, 7.5. 10, 12.5. 15, 17.5. 220, 2.5. 220, 2.5, 2.5. 220, show number 251. Tested up on 7.5, 133, 4, 133, now 4, money 4, 5, 35, 36, 37, 138, 139, 9, 40, $1 day, 142, 3, 33, 4, 4, 143, Marty 25, light bread 130, now 1, $1, 130, now 1, money 1, 30, $1, $1, 131, 131, 131, 130, Marty 25. Seven 140, now 140, hit it 1, 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 141, 140, now 1, money 1, 1, 141, 41, 41, 41, 141, 140, Marty 25.
Okay, Black Mason Black.
What's AR tested up on? It's 7.5, 245, 7.5, 245, 4, 7.5, money, 7.5, 50, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 55, 7.5, 60, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 65, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 2.5, 275, 75, 75, 75, 270, 2.5, showed 8.
Read out. 5, 0, 5.
Look at there, 7 months bread. Where to you? Where? $2 now 5. $2 now 5. On the money now 5. 205, 210, 10, 10, 15, 15, 215, 25, 225, 30, 35, 235, 40, 240, 40 now 40 now 40, 240, 235, short 19. 7 and where? $2 now 5. 6 months bread, $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 now money now 5. 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 55, 205, 205, 205. $2, Tom. 1.
Backside. 5151. 5151.
Jody, why can't they mark the pears back there so you know? What any kind of what? No, do they only make orange chalk? Did they quit making it?
I don't know.
Do they only make orange chalk nowadays? They don't make any chalk no more? I mean something. Different shapes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, broke mouth cows, 5 months bread, I believe. 145, 146, weigh them to you, 145, $46. 145, $146, $6, 6, 145. On the money, now $6. 145, $146, $6, 145, fry 15. Fry 15.
Hey, this is Ben Forehand from Ozona. Well,
Backside.
there's a lot of stuff
5252.
on here.
252.
Bigger heifer.
Andy, here's your deal that the guy called you about beforehand. Well, he wants that baby bread, doesn't he?
He said he don't want the big. Yeah.
That's not a heifer.
That's not a heifer.
What else does he have in the way of cows behind the gate? Frank, are they bred or open?
There's only 2 cows. There's only 2 cows.
No, there was. I think there was 5 cows and 5 kids. Sell the black cow.
Okay, says black cow, she's tested open.
It says two calves, it's 5 cows, 5 calves.
Okay, weigh the black cow. 110, 111, 110, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 121, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25, 125, 24, 95, 5, 5, 5, 5, 124, Javier, 28, Javier, 28. Okay, short, solid, heavy bread. 150, where T and I 1, 150 and I 1, 2, 151, 2, $2, 3, $5, 7, 9, now 61, 3, 5, 67, $9, 69, 167, $9, 169, 167, fry 15. African, 290, now 2.5. On the 5, 7.5, now $3, now 2.5, 3, 5, 5, 7.5, 7.5, to 7.5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 305, H71. Save it here, 7.5, $3, now 2.5, 302 and a half, 2.5, $3, now sell to them. 302 and a half, you're buying 2 head, on the money, 2.5. 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 25, 305, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 315, Troy 1, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 260, 2.5. Money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 260, show number 8.
Hey, there's 18 of them. 18. Here.
105, 105, 105.
Look here, I got a deal for you. You send him something?
Oh, this is pears? I can barely
All right, Huckabee cattle. First time to town. Look at the job they're doing. Bloomy, good set of calves. Okay, look them over now. They do have a nice set of calves. You're buying 9 pair.
All I got is some pairs.
Jody, you think you should tell somebody to go in there and tell the office ladies that we're holding tickets?
Yes. What's the name supposed to tell me? Hey, we're holding tickets on
Okay.
whatever that was. Her name's Skylar. No, the other one. What's her name?
Megan
Grace.
Coates.
I can't never remember Grace.
Megan Coates is on.
Coach. Yeah, Coach.
Was that a powerful set of calves? Your cows handled good. You're buying 9 pair. Huckabee, Fort Stockton. Boys, y'all saw the calves. Boys, they're doing their job now. 3,800 now, 9, 38, 39, 3,800 now, 9, 9, 3,800 and a half, 3,800 and a half, 3,800 and a half, had about as good a set of calves you're going to see. 3,800. 3,800 on the money and a half. 38 and a half, 38 and a half, 3,800 and a half, and a half, 38 and a half. 3,800 and a half. 3,800 and a half. 38 and a half. 38 and a half. Somebody wants some good ones. 38 and a half. 3,800 and a half. $50, $50, 50, 38.50. 38.50. 38.50. Out they go. 38.50. 38.50 now. 50 now. 50 now. 50. Sold them. 3,800. Shoot. 411. Yard them by themselves. Shoot 411.
Okay, we got 6 or something. I don't know if it's pairs or
Rudolph,
what.
around the corner, let me know what you're doing. I got 9 here, 18 head. Let me know what you're doing.
All I got is some pairs. I don't know how many that is. Just said it was
6 cows. Those are heavy bred. They are heavy bred. 2,900 now, 3,000, 2,900 now, 3,000, $3,000, 3,000, 2,900 now, 3,000. Okay, hold the cow Jody pointed at. $3,000, $3,000, 2,900 and a half, 2,900 and a half, 29 and a half, 2,900 and a half, half it, 29 and a half, holding one cow. 2,900 and a half. On the money, now half. 29 and a half. Anybody else? Now half, now 3, now half. 3,000 now half. 3,000 now $50. Both of you out now. 3,000 now 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 3,050. 3,050. Sold them. $3,000. Wiggins. Wiggins. 117.8. 170 now 2. 6 months red. 172, 46, 78, 82, 4, 86, 88, 90, 192, 194, 96, 198, $2, $2, 204, 204, 68, but about 210, 210, 210, 210, but 12, but 12, 2 to 14, 16, 16, 16, 216, 216, 216, 214, show number 251. Show 251. 214. $2 now 2. They are bred. $2 now two. $2 on the money. Now two. Now two. Now two. Now two. Now two. 2 4. 268. 210. 212. 214. 16. 18. 220. 222. 224. 6. 226. 228. 228. 30. With a 230. 230. 232. With a $2. 4. 34. 34. 6. 38. 38. With 40. With a 242. With a 4. With a 6. 248. 250. With a 2. With a 4. With a 6. With 8. 262. With a $2. 262. 262. 260. Show 13. Hold it, Jody, just a minute.
Just that one. Yeah, it'd be 3 heads if they won't have. Is that price right?
That's right. Don't enter like you
Is that price right?
Yeah, there you go. That's right.
Justin Smith should be fine.
No, that's right.
I'll send Lon in there to look. Lon's gonna go look at Justin Smith. He's starting with 3 bred cows, I think. Oh, okay. Okay. Lon, look at Justin Smith. I think he's starting with 3 bred cows. I could be wrong. She says she's too long. All right, we got a short solid, heavy bred, 170.
170, now two. 4, 72, 4, 172, 4, 6, 78, 80, 82, 82, 182, 82, 82, 82, 4, 82, 4, 86, 88, 190, 90, 190, 190, 190, 90, 90, 88, 90, 190, 190, 188, Brent H. Brent H. Okay, short, solid, light bread. 135, 36, 135, $6. Weigh the cow, money 6, 35, money $6, 135, 6, 7, 38, 38, 39, $9 now 40, 141, $1, $1, 2, $3, $4, 5, 146, 7, $8, $8, $9, $9, $9, 9, 148, shoat number 2, shoat number 2, 8 months bread. One, what do you got? 1,600 now half, 16 now half, money 17. You weigh her or what by the head? Where 116 now 2 4, 162 4, 4 4, 6, 8, 72 4 6, 78, 82, 85, 82, 84, 84, $82, 84, 82, 84, 84, 84, $84, $84, 182 Schwartz, 182 Schwartz. 8 by the head, 18 and a half, 1900 on the money, 19. Now 2, now 21, 22, 23, 24, 24, 25, 24, 2400, now 4, now 4, now 2400, now 5, 2500, 24 and a half, now 5, 2500, 24 and a half, now 25, 2500, 2500, 2500 and a half, 25 and a half, now 2600, 26, 2550, show 13. 7 here, 270 now $2 day, 270 now 2, $2, 4, 72 4, 272 4, 4 4 4 4, 272 871. 7 here, 350 now 5, 360, 70, 80, 90, $4 now 10, 20 with a 30, 40, 450, 450, 460, 470, 465, 65, 465. 460, show number 21. Show 21. Tell them, okay, make them all black, 360, now 5, 75, 80, 380, 80, 85, 85, 90, 90, 90, 5, $4 now 5, 10, 410, 15, 12 and a half help, 412 and a half, 412 and a half, 410 Troy 3, 7 red one 330 now 5 money 5 45 350 350 50 50 50 350 45 50 50 350 345 Troy 3. Okay, forehead. 7 head, 320 now 5, 320 now 5, my money 5, 325, 35, 3, 35, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 7, 8, 3, 37, 40, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, gully 5, 5, gully 5, 5, 360 now 5, money 5, 70 now 5, now 75, 370, 2.5, 370, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 370, Troy 4. 7 right here, but 7.5, 340 now 2.5, 340 now 2.5, money 2.5, 340, 2.5, 340, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 340, Troy number 6.
Lady, don't he make me nervous?
11, 1, 1, 1.
He walk around that much on Tuesday?
Boy, good age cows tested open. 160 now 2.5 on the money. 5, 7, 70, 2.5, 75 now 7.5. 180, but 2.5, 85, 87.5, 190, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $2 now 2.5, 202 now 5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 202 and a half. Shoot 22. 7 120 now 120 now 1 2 121 2 2 2 2 2 but $2 121 2 122 now 2 now 2 now 2 now 2 121 Tom 1 121 Tom 1.
Mark with the ranch store or something. Okay, this should be folks, I think.
Backside. You want 5, 1? You want 5, 1.
I hope it's folks.
Okay, folks cattle got in here last night. Boys are young and nice right there. Bred. You bet. 29 now 3, 3,500, 29 now 3,000. $3,000 on the money now 3, 3,000, 29, $3,000. 31, 31, 31. Baby 2, 31, 2, 31, 19, 19, 19, 19, 19. 31, 32, 31, 32. 1.5, 2, 31 and a half, 3,200, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 3, 33, 33, 33, 33, 3,300, 33, now 2.5, 3, $3,300. Better 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3, 33. 32.50, Marty 41. By the head 27. They are heavy bred. 27, 2,800. 29 now 3 now 3,000. 29 3,000. 29 and a half. 2,900 and a half. Half it about 29 about a half. 29 and a half. 9 and a half. 9 and a half. 9 and a half. About 29 and a half. 2,900. Show 13. $160 now 1. Everett William tell you. $160 now 1. $160 1. Everett $1 $1 $1. Everett $1 $1 $1. On the money 1. 161. Everett $1 2. 1 2. 162. 3. 3 4. 4 5. 65 6. 6 7. 7 7. 66 now 7. 7 7 7 7 7 7. 166. Fry 15.
Backside.
7 150 now 1. 150 now 1. Able to 1 1 1. Able to 1 1. 50 now 1. Able to 1. On the money now 1. 151. 150 now 1. Able to 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. 150 Lone Star.
Oh, I keep that seller number.
Backside. 25, 25, 25, 25.
Avoid that other ticket.
Okay.
I'm gonna sell the cow and you pick your calf. You can have the big calf or the little
Okay, you're buying the cow and you can have the big calf or the little calf.
your own pair. 2,800.
28. 29, 3,000, $3,000, $3,000. Okay, the information they sent in, the big heifer calf was hers, but have not seen it sucked. $3,000, 29 now 3,000. $3,000, $3,000, 29 now 3 now 3 now 3 now 3 now 3, $3,000, $2,900. How you want to do that? Charlie Christensen. Charlie Christensen. By the head here. By the head. 1,000, now 50, 1,100, now half, now 12, now half. 12 and a half, 1,300, 1,300, 1,300, 12 and a half, 1,300. Bids way up on top. 1,300, 12 and a half, 13, 1,300, 1,300 by the head. 1,300, 1,300. So did 1,250, so lease by the head.
Okay, now where you send the tube in.
Sell the black heifer, 270 now 2.5, 270 now 2.5, 2.5, black heifer, 270 on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270 show number 19. 7.5, 290 now 2, 4, 290, 4, 94, 94, 96, 98 now $3, 2, 4, 3, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 3, 14, 14, 14, 14, 312 Nolan 56. They are tested open. Sell a red one, 155, 7, 155, 57, 9, 61, 3, 61, 3, 163, 5, 55, 7, 7, 9, 69, 71, 171, 171, 169, cactus, 190, now 2, 190, now 2. 190 now 2, 190 on the money now 2, $192, 192, 192, 192, 192, 190 show number 8. $1,900 now $2,000, $1,900 now 2 on the money 2,000. $1,900 now $2,000, $2,000, $2,000, $2,000 now 21, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 22, $2,200 now half. 22 and a half, 23, 23 and a half, 2,300 and a half, half, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 3 now, 4, 2,400 and a half, 24 and a half, 24 and a half, $2,400 a head, Tom won. Okay, by the head, $285, $300, $285, $300, $285, now $300 by the head, $285 on the money, $300, now 25, $325, $325, $350, $375, now $400, $400, $400, $400, $400 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter and a half, 4 and a half, 4 and a quarter and a half, 4 and a half, 425 by the head. Caleb Lee.
Nope.
All right, by the head. 150 by the head, 160, 170. 170, 180, 190, 200, 225, 250, 275, 260, 250, 260, 70, 280, 290, 280, 290 by the head. 280, 290, 300, 300, 300, 10, 20, 320, 320, 310, 320, 20, 20, 310, Caleb Lee by the head. Sell the boom. 190 now 1, 190 now 1, even 1 1 1, 190 on the money now 1, 191, even 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 190 Lone Star 1. 7 half, 180 now one, 180 now one, everyone, money one, 2, 82, 83, 83, 84, 84, 84, 85, 85, 186, 87, 187, 178, 88, 9, 88, 9, 90, 90, 90, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1.
Watch out again. Saddle.
105, 106 dollar, 105, 106, 105, 106 dollar, $6 $5 6, 106, 7, 106 7, 107, 107 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 9, 109, 10, 111, 111, 111, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 110, Javier, 20, Javier 11, Javier 11.
Nolan Ryan. The baseball player.
130 now one. 130 keep it one. Keep it one to one. Money one. 30 now 1 2. 32 33 34 34 34 5 36 not a 6 not a 6 7 not a bit of 7 not a 7 not a 7 not a 7 137 137 136 Lone Star.
And then forehead open for owner for Austin. Should be the last forehead.
Oh, there's 7 a.m. 133 4 134 money 4 5 35 36 36 not a 7 not a 38 38 38 38 138 9 139 40 bit bit 1 bit 2 bit 4 bit 6 bit 48 150 152 52 54 54 54 54 54 152 Marty 15 Marty 25 Marty 25 140 now one. Even one. Money's in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 47, 48, 149, 148, 9, 50, 150, now 1, every 1, 2, 52, 3, 33, 4, 4, 5, 55, 54, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 154, Lone Star. Sell the big cow, Both of them, 144.95, 144.95, 144 money 5, 145 $6, 147, 147, not a bit of 7, not a 7, not a bit of 7, 46 7, 47 8, 48, 48, 48, 49, 149 $9, 9, 148 Lone Star. And I guess that's it. That's all. Thank everybody. Appreciate your business. Thanks for being here. Be back next week for a bigger, better show.